This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile eSports official YouTube channel.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. And moving on, as we have been mentioning, the PMPL South Asia. Necro, another season. Are you excited for this one? Because we have a lot of things changing.
Exactly. That's what I was about to bring up. I'm really excited for this fall split, Johnny. I mean, as you mentioned, a lot of things changing, not just the teams, not just the players, not just the roster itself, even the format has changed.
Exactly. Everything has changed. I mean, I used to be like this. Now I have to wear glasses. But talking about other things, as you said, the format has changed. The point structure is going to be a little bit different. Along with that, I can forget the roster changes, man, because there have been a lot of roster hopping that has been happening in the off season that was there, but this time around, I mean, things are definitely looking very interesting.
Exactly. Not just some small names, ladies and gentlemen. Some big names have went through huge changes like Seal, IT. IT is now a complete stacked lineup, especially as they've signed Demo in, and we've known what Demo has pulled off last season. I mean, Demo has been an incredible player. We saw him in the previous PMPL, and yeah, nothing much can be elaborated on that. And not just that, not just that, Johnny. We also have a lot of new faces coming in.
Exactly, and I mean, it is going to be a long journey like every single time. The PMPL, it's not just a tournament, it's a festival that lasts for about a month. We have 3 weeks of action that we do like to call the league stages, and after that we're going to be moving on to the finals, and after the PMPL comes the South Asia Championship, the PMPL South Asia Championship, where the teams that qualify from the PMPL South Asia will be competing against the teams that will qualify from PMPL Pakistan. So that is also going to be another wonderful event, but that is going to happen a little bit further in the future. For now, this is where we are, and this is where the journey, do we say begins or continues? Because we did go through the previous season, the spring season of PMPL as well, and we do have a lot of returning faces as well. As you mentioned, the players from IHC, there's going to be one, I'm going to call it a big change, as you said, because Demo, in fact, was on fire the last time around. But along with that, we do have a bit of a switcheroo happening where the players of Seal eSports have, in fact, are now going to be playing for Seal 9, and Seal 9 have gone the other way. So that is also going to be another situation with the teams from Mongolia, the teams from Nepal have gone for an interesting move, wherein we saw DE sort of bring in a few key players around. Last time, DEADEYES guys, they were looking quite phenomenal in the start of the PMPL run, but then towards the finals, the form went missing. This time, we're going to be a little bit hopeful about them. Same goes for the other big names, one of which is DRS.
Exactly, man. And let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. As you guys can see, the schedule is in front of you guys. And then we also have when the PMPL South Asia Championship will be played, 13 to 16 October. That's when PMPL South Asia Championship will be played. But again, as Johnny mentioned, it's way further in the future. For now, currently we're inside the PMPL 2022. And as you guys can see, the entire schedule is right in front of you guys.
Yeah, the entire schedule in front of us, and it is going to be quite an interesting journey. As we mentioned, league stages are going to be there for the first 3 weeks, wherein every single team will get multitudes of opportunity. I mean, you know, let's start talking about what all has changed. You know, how previously the teams would get like, what, 12 matches within a week to qualify for, to get those points for the Super Weekends? Well, that is not really going to be there now, is it? Why? You will find out in a few short moments, because now there's going to be 5 play days, and then there's one extra thing that's going to happen every single week that is going to put a very, very big impact on how the teams begin their grand finals. Not end, but begin, and also maybe end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you guys saw that on the graphic top 12 teams at the end of the week will get one extra map to play.
Yep.
And guess what map is it going to be? It's going to be on Livik. So top 12 teams are going to duke it out on Livik, and they will gain bonus points, which will be further continued even inside the grand finals. So those bonus points will be accumulated for the grand finals as well. So that's going to be a huge booster for them.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a huge booster because, as you mentioned, those bonus points, they are definitely going to add up. And imagine 3 weeks, 3 games of Livik. If you manage to get
at the end of
top
every
2,
week,
top
the
3
top
in every
12 teams
single
for
match,
that
then it
week
is going to be
will
an
play an
incredible journey.
additional
But for now,
matchup.
we do have the format explained.
Each week will start fresh with no points carried
I mean,
over from the
as you guys
previous
can
weeks.
see, week 1, week
During
2,
the
total
entire league
points,
stage,
everything
teams
is
will
going to
have
be
a
counted.
chance to
As I
earn
mentioned, the bonus points as well.
Price
They are going
based
to
on
be
a
shifted
team's
on
placement
forward
in each
inside the
week,
grand
and
finals.
once
So these
based
bonus
on their
points are
overall
going to mean
placement
quite a
in the
lot
league
to
table.
teams. So all you
At
need
the
to
end
do
of
is
3
be
weeks,
in
the
top
top 16
12 at the
teams
end of the
based on
week.
their total scores.
Yeah, I mean,
will
definitely, as you mentioned, you have to
teams
be
will
in
start
the
the
top
finals
12,
with the
but along with focusing on the points for Livik, you have to make sure that your tally for the week is also looking good, because that is how you make it to the grand finals.
Exactly.
And again, the significant advantage that the points from those Livik games are going to bring, they will show that impact when the finals eventually begin after the 3-week ordeal of the league stages, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, I mean, the journey is about to begin. Everything that we've been talking about, the teams, the players, it is all based off of the speculation that we have been having with the roster changes coming into the action, with how the teams have been playing in their own regional scrims, in their own regional tournaments that usually do go all year round. But when the PMPL comes, the pressure, it changes everything. We have seen the biggest names fall. We have seen some newcomers give us intense hype moments on their very first day, and those are the things that I do in fact like in the PMPL. Those are the moments that I look forward to every single time.
I mean, who doesn't like a newcomer story, right, Blotter? That's
Yeah.
something we really crave for. I just called you Blotter. I mean, I've been working with that man for a long time, so I'm really.
He's on the other side now.
It's not like I've forgotten you. Yeah, I know he's on the other side. But Johnny, listen, man, I love you. Okay, trust me. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, another team that I'm going to be really excited about has to be 1952. Now, Johnny, even this team has went through quite a decent amount of changes. But before that, let's talk about the point structures in front of us, and point structure as well, Johnny. Seems a little changed.
Yeah, we are talking about changes, ladies and gentlemen, and change is the only constant in life. So we have adapted that motto as well now. Because earlier on, if you remember, every chicken dinner was worth 15 points. Now it's worth 20. You finish second, you get 19. You finish third, you get 18. So this is sort of reminiscent of what the old point structure used to be like. But this is all going to be very intense because now with how the games are going to go by, you are seeing those weekly bonuses right in front of us, right? Their points awarded for those weekly matches, and the bonus points, as we've been talking about, are earned through those living games. But on the other side of things, let's make things a lot more interesting, because money is always going to be involved in the PMPL, and we are not talking a small amount. We're talking big money, $150,000 on the line.
Exactly, $150,000, ladies and gentlemen. Another factor to add a lot of pressure on these players. And guess what? Money's something everyone really does want in their pockets, so these players are going to give it all they have inside this one. We also have some great names. I don't really need to go over those again, but just a little hint. IIT and Stalwart. We know these two teams have been dominating throughout this entire PMPL South Asia, and that's what the expectations are going to be. But as Johnny mentioned too, we want to see some new faces. We want to see some new teams rise. DEADEYES guys, they've been doing phenomenal. But now let's take a look at the actual point structure throughout this entire week. And the point structure that you guys saw before was the bonus point structure.
Yeah, exactly. That was the bonus point structure. As we mentioned, that was for those living games. The one extra game that the top 12 teams will get, once again, one extra game will be given to the top 12 teams based on their weekly rankings. That will put an impact on their starting points in the grand finals. But the point structure for the weekly games, that is something that we do not like to change, because that is, well, it is a line set in stone. It is something that is like perfectly balanced out right now. Like we saw the shift in the meta and the playstyle of the teams when the new point structure came into action. I believe it was about 2 years ago now. And since then, the teams have adapted to this. I love this structure. I mean, chicken dinner, 15 points. Second position, you get 12 points. The 1 point for every single elimination game. It just does balance out the fact that you have to prioritize both your survivals and your aggression side of the game, moving from the mid-game point onwards. But it's up to the lads at the end of the day. How they decide to play is what we witness.
Exactly. I mean, what they do is what we're going to talk over, is what we're going to cast over. But ladies and gentlemen, the groups in front of you guys, of course, we know 20 teams are going to be participating inside this one, from which top 16 teams will be moving on over to the grand finals. And we've pretty much explained you guys the entire format, but now it's time to reveal the groups. And as you guys can see, in Group A, you have Godlike Stalwart, you have WIZZES Club, 1952, and even Raw themselves. Then in Group B, you have Deadeye's Guys, High Voltage, A1 Esports, Gremlin Storm.
Yeah, and moving forward, Group C, it's going to be T2KDE Warriors, a new team from Mongolia. Then we have the players from DRS, TRZ is going to be there as well. And we did see a lot of other interesting names, but starting things off, squad rosters of Group A. Godlike Stalwart, I mean, do they need an introduction? Pika, Action, Scry, Top, Senator. That is a stacked lineup right there.
Exactly. I mean, Senator being the coach and also playing as a fifth man, it's a huge contribution this man's having towards the team. WIZZES Club as well. I want to see what these guys have got in their pockets, being a five-player individuals, and of course not really backing that much of an experience compared to the other teams like Godlike Stalwart, Raw themselves, and even 1952. And talking about 1952, Johnny, again, you have Dante coming in from A1 Esports. Now, this is why I said I want to see what this team has got, because knowing that Dante was playing the filter IGL role inside A1 Esports, yeah, considering they were not really doing that great in the past tournaments, but still, I feel like this change can make a big impact.
And as you mentioned, A1 Esports, they come to this tournament with changes of their own. We have Sinister and Nightwing being present from, well, the experienced players amongst the lineup. Then you have Koha, Hitman, Sketch, all being there. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what A1 Esports will bring to the table this time around. But along with that, Gremlin Storm is actually one of the lineups that I'm actually looking forward to, because Bad Rev, Fear, these are very well-known players, very experienced players as far as the South Asian circuit is considered, and they are quite incredible to. It's quite incredible to see them perform every single time around. But this time they're going to be playing with a new set of players, so it's a completely different team they're going to be part of, and that is just going to change the whole dynamic of what their run is going to look like in this PMPL.
Without a doubt. Then you have TDK as well, who have done phenomenal in the past tournaments as well.
Yeah.
Or not just past tournament, in the previous PMPL, they've done phenomenal itself in the league stage. Then you have DE Warriors, as you mentioned, new team coming up, new bunch of faces coming up, here to prove something. IATC, a team that has went through some big changes here, Johnny. You have Demo coming in, one of the best assaulters Seal had in the previous PMPL is now transferred over to IATC. I mean, IATC was already packing a big punch, but with Demo, now they're going to be Hulk.
I mean, that's what we do expect, but I'm going to be honest about the fact that in the last PMPL, IATC, I mean, I felt a bit let down, because every time they show up, every time Godless is there, IC is there, Zeol, Alex was also playing in the matches, and I expected a lot. I want IHC to just go berserk in every single game, which I do understand, I mean, is not an actual possibility. When there's $150,000 on the line, you do tend to be extra cautious with every single move that you make. But moving forward, we'll have a discussion about this a little bit later after we're done with all the graphics, but we do have Group E on our screens as well with Jan Mara, Skylightz Gaming. The name might be new, but the lads are quite experienced. MABETEX eSports, as you do see, Wally, Leo, Apex, Baron, Son, and Iceberg, a few of the players coming in from the previous iteration of Seal eSports, as I mentioned. And then we have another well-known name in the South Asian circuit, that is VENOM Legends in Group E.
Again, another big change over here. Galzin is not going to be playing under Skylightz Gaming anymore. He's going to be shifting on over to Giant Mara, and you guys saw it in the roster itself. So that's a big change. I mean, Galzin has been the man, or at least has been the man who's been representing the Skylightz Gaming banner since a long time now. But considering now he's not going to be doing that anymore, and he's moved on over to a new org, I want to see what sort of an impact it's going to have on Skylightz Gaming itself, because we've seen, Johnny, Skylightz Gaming, time to time, they have been relying on Galzin quite a lot of times.
I completely agree with that. And I mean, it is going to be quite intense as well, because the impact is not just going to be on Skylightz Gaming's on Galzin's individual performance, but on Skylightz Gaming as a team as well. Because as you mentioned, he was the cornerstone, he was the man who you could always rely on. And I also agree on the fact that after all of these years with the same iteration, with the same four players competing, no matter where they went, they were always sticking together. Galzin is stepping away. It is like the face of the team is going to change now. Now, who is going to step up? That is also an interesting question, because if Galzin is going to be moving with the players of Janmar, and if that is where he's going to start performing, then someone has to take the mantle now.
Yeah.
But who will that be from Skylightz? I guess that is also another question that will be answered today.
Who's going to step it up? We'll be able to see only in a couple of more minutes, because I'm pretty sure the games are lined up as well, and you guys don't have to wait a lot. I know, it might just be a little annoying hearing us blabber over and over again, but yeah, just have a little bit more patience, guys. The games are going to be starting soon. But before that, a little bit more touch, and just to give you guys a bit of recap on what happened in the previous PMPL. Now, Johnny, the league stage winner was Seal. Considering Seal's entire roster has been changed,
yeah.
Oh, that's a big punch in the gut for Seal. Now I want to see if that's going to be the same storyline continued over. Can they be the winner of the league stage again, or are we going to be seeing a complete different winner?
Well, I mean, we do expect things to change, but for now, we do also expect the things to get started. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule for our very first day of the PMPL South Asia fall season, we did see the 5 movements of action that we're going to witness right in front of us, starting on the home field of Erangel. And now, I mean, it's all about just getting that first game going and seeing what the teams have to deliver. Because, again, a lot of changes, not just in the fact that the roster has changed, but now they also have to consider that getting towards that living game is also going to be important. And sometimes when you're just thinking about qualifying for that one or a few set of extra matches, you do tend to make a few mistakes here and there. So it's going to be very important for every single one of these teams to have a strong start in their very first game.
And not just that, man. I mean, having a strong start, considering you have already went through a decent amount of changes from the previous PMPL, it's going to affect a bit. But you guys have had a big gap. You guys have had a lot of time to practice with yourself. So I'm going to be expecting a nice communicative gameplay between these teams. And considering now demo with IHC, I feel like IHC might just be one of those teams that'll give a way much more tougher competition to Stalwart.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because they do have a lot to prove. In fact, as we've been saying, IHC, the expectations that people have from this lineup, it's straight up the trophy. You either finish first or nothing else matters. That is the kind of mentality that IHC has garnered over time from their fans, because that's how good this team is. That's how good these players are. And I'm not saying they were. They still are. And you have to be extremely careful about them. But, Necro, if I was to ask you, who do you think is going to win?
Listen, all right, I know IHC right now is the best lineup, I would say, currently, but still I'm going to go with consistency and trust over everything. So I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. What about you?
I think I'll be your brother in arms then. I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart eSport as well, because they do tend to have a good start right off the bat. Whereas for IHC, they do like to observe a little bit in the earlier stages. The first 2 games, they're going to try and just play a little bit on the slower side, and then slowly and steadily they do just start ramping things up. But again, it takes them 2 to 3 games to do that. For the first game, I do expect on the other side Stalwart Esports to just have a phenomenal run. But another interesting thing, I was having a conversation about this with fellow comrades from the Nepali desk. Ansh, in fact, was the person I was talking to. And my question towards him was, who do you think is going to be, which one team will be the team that can, in fact, take on Stalwart Esports in terms of that raw aggression or firepower? And his answer was T2K. They have been in an incredible form for the last few months, and they're looking extremely, extremely deadly. But as we mentioned, this is not any battlefield. This is the PMPL South Asia. This is where it all matters, and sometimes that is enough to change everything.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen, right, teams, they look in incredible form, and when they come inside the PMPL, they're just nowhere to be seen. That has happened a lot of times in the past as well. So we have to trust the data that is on the sheets. We have to trust the data that is given to us, provided to us from the previous tournaments played from all the teams. And let me tell you what, Stalwart's hands are pretty hot right now. They have hot hands. They've just finished with PMWI, so they're going to be having a lot of confidence in themselves. And we know what sort of a performance this team showcased in PMWI. So I think Stalwart has a huge mental edge over every single team inside this one.
And I want to hear from you guys as well. Who do you think is going to win? Do let us know in the chat. Support your favorite team. Support your favorite players. Make sure you're showing the love towards the athletes that are performing today, because they're going to be dealing with a lot of pressure once the matches actually begin. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what sort of a start all of these teams are going to be having. But again, it is all going to come down to how this first game goes. And in fact, by the end of the 5th day, do you in fact get to play that Livik as well? Because imagine you do play 2 Liviks, but then in the 3rd week you mess up, you are not doing so great in terms of your overall qualification ranking for the grand finals. Then just getting towards those Livik, it won't matter quite a lot.
Yeah.
So you have to keep basically have a split focus on 2 different things at the same time. But priority number 1 is going to be to secure those weekly points every single time you step into a match. Also, weekly points are going to be reset every single time. So that is again something that is not changing, and that is something that I think does benefit the teams that do not have a good timer in the first week around. So if your team is not performing in week 1, don't worry. They will have opportunities. You will have opportunity to see your team do well in week number 2, week number 3, and then hopefully you will see your teams moving forward. But hey, we have 20 teams here, and for someone to move forward, someone has to get left behind. So not everyone will be playing in the finals. Only top 16.
I know, man. It sounds a little savage, guys, but that is how the entire format works. Someone has to lose in order for someone to win. So that is how everything works over here. That's how life works. But ladies and gentlemen, as Johnny mentioned, there's going to be a lot of opportunities given to all these teams and all these players to make a comeback. But if you're not going to be able to make a comeback even then you better go back to the training fields and practice even more.
I mean, that's what the lads do, right? Every single time we see a team underperform in one tournament, the next time they come around, the next time they show up to the same stage, they look so much better. And that is one more reason that we have been talking about IHC so much, because again, and DRS, they are in a similar boat of their own, and Skylightz Gaming, I'm sorry. Because Skylightz Gaming, again, the expectations that are there from the fans are massive. And you can't live up to those expectations every single time. But these players, they're very critical of themselves. They make a small mistake, they let someone down, they take it to their heart, and the next time they're going to show up, they're going to make sure that the trophy is going to be theirs. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be a very... I want them to be a massive threat this time.
I mean, again, Johnny, another big roster change we forgot to almost mention is Vibes now. Most of the players from the side of Vibes is in Havoc, and that is high voltage, and that is a big thing, because considering Vibes was one of those teams that was also dominating big time in the previous PMPL, so even this team is going to be a big threat. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, Vibes is the team that we keep our eye for those fresh new faces every single time the PMPL is here. You get to see a new team, and Vibes is the reason why people are afraid of the new lads. The first time this team shows up, they just go on a spree of destruction, taking on the biggest of the big names in every single game. They weren't afraid of anyone. They made a name for themselves, and now they are considered one of the best teams. I mean, the lineup is pretty deadly. So I have huge expectations from Vibes. I do want to see them move all the way towards the South Asia Championship, finishing somewhere within the top 5, the top 4.
Exactly. I mean, Vibes now representing another banner, high voltage.
Yeah.
I mean, all the lads have moved on over to high voltage, considering we know what is Assassin capable of. We know what sort of an IGL Jiggle is. Jiggle is a man who thinks about every single step. He's a cautious man. And inside this PMPL, he knows the stakes are even more higher. So Jiggle knows what to prepare for, what to not. Even Malik himself being inside the roster, this man has packed a huge performance even the past 2. He has a big experience in the entire lineup as well. So I think this lineup has to do wonders inside this PMPL. Considering not just that, you also have DRS Gaming, who did quite phenomenal too in the previous one. Again, all these teams did phenomenal in the league stage itself, but in the grand final, somewhere down line, the struggle was seen. But Vibes is not one of those teams, which is currently now high voltage. Vibes was always consistent, and this is what I'm going to expect from high voltage.
I mean, when when things like this happen to big names, it is going to be quite interesting to see how they recover. But ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the action to commence? The very first game of the PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022. It is underway. The trajectory of the plane on our screens right now, starting all the way from the Periphery Primorsk area, going towards the Minta Power. Necro, for the first game, the plane path leading heavily on the southern side of the map.
Oh yeah, this is already going to screw up a lot of teams. And this is something I'd love to see because already a challenging start for all these teams for the PMPL South Asia 2022 Fall Split begins now. The first map is already commenced, and as you guys see, as I mentioned, as Johnny mentioned too, the planned fly path is something that has already screwed out a lot of teams, but Stalwart Esports, they're not going to have any sort of challenges because they like to go towards No Rupnoi, and the planned fly path is heavily favoring towards that. But teams like IHC, definitely the struggle will be seen.
Well, the struggles will be seen, as you mentioned, and well, the struggles for the teams landing on the southern side of the map, they're not going to stop, as the circle is going to be on the northern part, split between the northern island and the main island, the center sitting right on top of Rosar. Now, IHC, as you mentioned, Necro, we might see them struggle for a little bit, but I wonder how WIZZES with Vibes are going to react to this, because IHC has managed to pick off the first pick.
And not just that, even they themselves have lost, so it's a great trade.
It's a great
it's a trade from their side. Alex was taken down from the side of WIZZES Club, and then WIZZES Club also lost one of their players, so at least IHC was able to get away with a trade. We see a lot of eliminations happening right off the bat. WIZZES Club already do not want to stay nearby in the vicinity of IHC. Instead, they're just going to start to stack up a lot of vehicles, one after the other. That means IHC, they're going to have a bit of more trouble to find the vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite an interesting situation. IHC, it is going to be really fun to watch because IHC is a very adaptable squad. But hey, we might see the first squad elimination within the first 3 minutes of the game. As 1952, they're pushing upon the players of A1 eSports, and it seems like Sinister, he has nowhere left to go.
One last man alive with a final glimmer of hope for the A1 eSports squad. Inside this PMPL, Sinister, everything in his hand to try and save the lifeline of A1 eSports in the first game here. A1 eSports not really having the start they wanted, and Sinister will be shut down instantly. A great coordinated push from the side of 1952. And I told you, Johnny, this team, my eyes are always going to be on them because 1952, they have a promising lineup.
I mean, yeah, they had a very promising lineup, and I mean, the expectations were there, but this is a new day, it's a new game, and maybe as slowly and steadily they do move forward, we're going to see them live up to those expectations. Although now it is going to be quite interesting. 4 defeats secured. They have lost 1 player, left with 3 players of their own. Now, what can be done from here on out is the fact that they have the advantage of just slowing down the game. They can play from edge to edge, just play for survival because they have those finish points secured already.
Again, Dante was a lost casualty over here. And that is something 1952 are definitely going to be upset about, but it's okay. They've got away with 4 elimination points. That's a great head start, as you mentioned. Now all they can do is just try and position themselves for a better spot inside the circle. As we did see, the circle was completely on the opposite side of the planned fly path. The planned fly path was down south and the circle was up north. Again, teams will have to readjust quite a bit.
Well, and it's not going to be easy, especially in the very first game of the day when you don't know what the other teams have prepped for the action. So a majority of the teams that are just stuck in those southern parts of the map, they're going to be just trying their level best to get a read on how the other lads that do in fact like to start from the northern side of the map are going to decide to play. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, in the very first game, the first 4 minutes, we have 3 teams who have lost individuals from their side, 1952, WIZZES Club, and IHC, and 1 team has already been completely wiped out, and that was A1 eSports.
Oh boy, I'm pretty sure A1 eSports' fans are not going to be happy after that sort of a start, and considering what sort of performance this team has been showing from the previous PMPLs. But ladies and gentlemen, it's okay. It's just the first game of the day. I know the start matters quite a lot. First impression can be the last impression too, but I believe in second chances as well. So give them another chance. I'm pretty sure this team will try to impress you as much as possible. But Demo, a new man under the banner of IHC. Not a new man in the fields though. This man has been in the fields. This man has been one of the most bloodthirsty players out there. A fragger for the Sada Seal, who was able to take business, who was able to take care of business all by himself, is now representing the banner of IHC. I want to see what this man has got in the back, especially with all the 4 players around him are different.
Well, but let's see for a moment the replay on our screens of how the earlier fight did in fact go the one between 1952 and the lads from A1NB. Sinister, as we mentioned, the last player with nothing but a Uzi in his hands. He just accepted what was going to happen to him. The players running in his face and just gunning him down. What a brutal moment.
Yeah. A1NB just couldn't stand a chance there. But Seal, as you mentioned, these players definitely are not new in the fields as well. They have experience. But these 4 players, Seal is a big banner. And representing it, that means you have to be the best of the best. Do these 4 players have what it takes to represent a banner like Seal? We've seen Zake in the past. This man is capable of doing wonders. But you never know, man. As I mentioned, the stakes are way high. The skill ceiling now is way high too. So definitely it's going to be quite tough to try and adjust around. A couple of games, I would say, at the start, a little bit of jitters will be there.
Well, for now, though, Seal eSports on our screens. And again, not the previous iteration of Seal eSports that we are so used to. This time, the players might be new, but they are experienced as well. As been talking about them quite a lot. And DRS on the other side, I would love to see what they are planning for this time around, because they're real soldiers. These men, they do know how to take fights.
Oh, they do. Without a doubt. Keontae over here on our screens. Seen him in the previous PMPL too. Knows what this man is capable of. They also have another man in the lineup, which is Killer YT. And oh boy, I still remember, Johnny, last year, PMPL, and my bad, it was PMCO. I mean, guys, just let me go here, because again, in the PMCO of the previous year, PMCO Nepal, if I remember, Killer YT had over 13 kills or something like that, near around 13 kills or 15 kills in Miramar. And that is a moment that I still remember. So you need to understand how impactful of a player this man can be.
Well. I mean, the expectations, they do remain the same. Let's see if the results are going to be delivered. Oh boy, Seal eSports, we do have Farad on our screens. It looks like quite close to the players of DRS, and shots fired in that direction as well. On top, completely spoiled out, Farad with the Mini 14 in his hand. He is going to try and take this duel. Mini on this side, Mini on that side. Let's see who will be able to connect.
The battle of DMRs.
Oh yes.
On top in the front, Spooky over here. Trying to spook him away, but On Top is not going to be the man to get spooked out that easily. Seal still trying to scout nearby vicinities, scouting for possible opportunities, scouting for possible new compounds to try and conquer. Raw over here too. Raw now, they've always been there in the PMPL, but somewhere down the line, something has been stopping this team from winning it. Hopefully this time it's something Raw is going to be surprising all of us and just putting on an incredible performance. But in general, we have Stalwart Esports already opening up the fray against the players of High Voltage, and High Voltage is not a team you want to mess around with just like that, but godlike Stalwart as well is a team well experienced.
Well, I mean, Stalwart Esports was already a pretty massive name itself. Now it's godlike Stalwart. I mean, it's a double threat, double the action that we're going to witness from their side. But I just want to see them get in those fights now. I can't wait for this team to just be a part of those 4v4s, or maybe just try and third party someone else. They just need to keep on fighting. And I guess that is going to commence, because on the radar we do see someone at least keeping an eye on them, and it is going to be quite interesting to play as a B. All right. So since the circle was centered around Deadeye's guys' home, the city of Rozhok, they will have a little bit of a boost of confidence in every single fight. They know the terrain. They know how the city is and where the best spot to take a team fight is going to be. But the problem is that they are going to be surrounded. We already did see eSports keeping On Top under a little bit of pressure. Now, Stalwart Esports were in fact just going for a push on the players of DE. It's going to be a 3v4 situation. On Top is split from his teammates.
Indeed is. And you can see too, I mean, Elementrix is right there on the left flank. Seal in the front. Definitely things are going to be quite interesting. TDK as well up north near shooting range. A lot of teams now are starting to accumulate right next to each other as the time's going to pass by. They will start to close on in towards the center. Raw honor screens, still scouting the nearby compounds, still scouting the nearby grounds. Want to make sure they're away from all sort of danger. But it's just the starting phase of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Danger hasn't knocked the players' doors yet.
Starting stages, I mean, only one team, quite unfortunately, did take an early exit of the game, and I believe they are watching the match, concentrating on what happened in that 4v4 situation right there in the extreme early stages. In fact, for now, the rest of the lads, they are just measuring each other, just trying to see what the other squad is going to be up to on the other side. 1952 DRW do in fact get spotted out by the players of Train to Kill. Entry takes a few shots upon him, although none of them are managing to connect, because he is inside this safe haven that they have created in the squad house.
Jax as well. Right now is the phase where you just need to scout out enemy positions, gather as much as intel as possible around you, and that's what these teams are doing. They found themselves a comfortable spot to be in. All you need to do is accumulate as many info as possible, and that's what they're doing. Dax is well on a move, as they've realized now the circle's not going to favor them anymore. Seal as well taking a little bit of knockout, but it's okay. The player should be back up on his feet. Zake was knocked out, but it's something they can definitely afford. Just a little bit of bullets will be traded here and there. Try and burn through enemy meds.
Well, let's see. Players from the side of High Voltage. Assassin is making sure he is aware of his surroundings. We did see action passing the players of High Voltage by in the distance, but this Water City, no one is going to try and approach this during the mid-game stage, as you always do expect some sort of threat, one team at least, to be present in these compounds, and usually in the mid-game stages, you're going to try and avoid them. Stay as far away as possible. Don't give away your position. Don't give away where you're going. But it looks like players from the side of DEADEYES, guys, ooh, the slope is going to be quite exposed. They need to be wary of every single team that they were holding off in the city of Rozhok now.
And there's also a bit of more danger in the backlines too. Cannot really ignore that.
Yeah.
This is not a great position to be in. Yep, that's what Joker realizes. Instantly sits back inside the weak goal. And now we'll start a scout for a new place to be in. Godlike Stalwart is built always on a move. Do not like to just stick around in one place. We'll try to scout some new areas out. For now, Ruin has been the home they really wanted. Action on our screens. Of course, the man of the hour. Of course, the man of this tournament as well. Action has been always in that MVP runners. He's always been the MVP as well, actually. So yeah, Action is one of those players. You can always expect him to be there in the MVPs, no matter what.
Yeah. Him and Pika, I mean, are just incredible. And
yeah, top as well.
I mean, you can't talk about one individual from the side of Stalwart Esports without mentioning the entire team. Yeah.
It's funny how all these four players are like a well-oiled machine, right?
Yeah. I mean,
They
everyone
complete each other.
Everyone is individually very, very skilled. They are extremely talented, and then usually, usually with teams that are made of superstars, right? You usually tend to see them fail because there's too much star power. There's people who are not working well together with each other. That's not the case with Stalwart Esports. They're all massive stars. They are all extremely talented, extremely good at the game. But still, when you put them all together, they get four times better.
Exactly.
It's just a totally different game they are playing.
It's like they're four different pieces of a circle, and when they accumulate with each other, you have a complete big circle. And that's what Stalwart Esports is.
Yeah, you get the first zone.
A big circle, a big bomb looking to explode on the lobby. And as we have the next circle as well on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And these two teams right next to each other, IT and VIZZES Club. They have locked their eyes at the start, but now they do want to put a final full stop to this story. I'd see they spot out the rotation of WIZZES. They're going to let it pass by this time. Zal spotted out the vehicle. Second vehicle as well is in the front of him. But I'd see right now, they don't want any sort of smoke just yet. They don't want to get engaged in any sort of fights yet. Because I'd see they've already lost out on a player, Alex, who likes to be in the front lines.
Well, let's see. The players inside of DW are going to be there as well. DE Warriors, a new lineup on the screen. Stalwart eSports passing them by. IC taking a few shots on Pika. And his vehicle does go for a spin and he does take a tumble down the road into the river. But I don't think this is going to put a major impact on the plans of the players of Stalwart eSports as well. It's godlike Stalwart now and they are just going for a push on the players of IHC. Are they just like going to go for this fight because they forgot about DE Warriors? That was what I was about to say, because DE Warriors in the backlines do manage to find an opening. But on the other side, 1952 against ATRAX, and 2 players have been knocked out from the side of Dax.
Assault just blew himself up. That's what I saw in the elimination feed.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of friendly fire onto yourself, Assault. not a way to conquer a fight. Yeah, it's okay. Mistakes can be slid by at the start. You still have a lot much more games to go. You still have a lot of days to go.
Yeah, it feels weird even saying it. Friendly fire upon yourself. How do you do that?
You're a friend of yourself. Yeah, it's kind of a friendly fire.
Oh, man. That's
okay,
a philosophical talk from Necro, ladies and gentlemen. But these players, they don't want to think, they want to fight, because we do see a massive engagement going out in these open hills. Everyone is driving a buggy around trying to bait those positions, but we do see a lot of players getting taken out as well. Look at that finish speed.
It's just utter chaos all over the place. Teams, players driving out in the open, do not care about anything. Just driving right next to each other as well. Pika taken out from the game. What just happened? Godlike Stalwart is going to be the second team off the first game to get eliminated. The team to get eliminated on the 15th spot is Godlike Stalwart. Definitely something we did not expect, Johnny.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, they were rotating out in the open, quite exposed the entire time, and they should have expected teams to be waiting for them crossing the bridge towards the northern island. I think that is where they got a little bit too complacent, and they got punished because of that, because they got sandwiched between DE Warriors and the players of IHC, and mid-rotation again, losing a player like that is not going to work out too much. TRZ on the other side, one lad was already finished, other one knocked out, and they're trying to take this fight against the players of High Voltage, Assassin and Malik. 2 lads from the side of High Voltage still surviving and still in this fight.
Oh, TRZ caught outside the blue, taking big chunks of damage. High Voltage trying to keep the pressure on. Just trying to inflict some more pain and hurt on those players. Assassin spots out a player underneath him, but has no clue that there's one more, but it's okay. The cover fire from the backlines. Malik is going to save Assassin, as Assassin will now go inside the water and try to get the fallen man's loot up. High Voltage, for now, this 2-man squad is doing a great job. They've eliminated the danger in front of them. But again, the danger, the levels is going to keep on increase even more and more. How are they going to try to tackle it? It's definitely going to be quite tough.
Yeah.
DRS out in the open. The only thing they have as cover are those smokes and those vehicles. But they really do need those vehicles, so they cannot really gamble on those vehicles.
So in a situation like this, in a circle like this, when it's just the northern hills of the map, you are going to be exposed. Playing from the edge is the only way you're going to be playing for survival. As we did see the players of DRS, they were there, and now they're not there anymore. T2K just absolutely destroying, picking a few extra points. They did have one lad who was knocked out, but even he's going to be picked up, taken back inside some cover, and they're going to have an opportunity to heal up and then refocus all of their attention on the players of 1952. Train to kill, I mean, looking pretty solid, I have to say. If they manage to take control or, in fact, maintain control of this northern edge, they're going to be good to go.
Gremlin Storm and IHC now just raining down death and destruction. IHC, they're not going to be able to withstand the amount of damage that was inflicted. Gremlin Storm putting the final nail in the coffin. IHC out the game as well. Some big names getting eliminated early off, Johnny. Definitely something we did not see it coming. Elementrix inside the game, Dax inside the game, DRS themselves, High Voltage as well, and 1952. These teams are quite hurt. They will have to try and make some desperate moves happen. Gremlin Storm memo repositions himself in a big time. At this point, he realized it's either do or die moment. You either try and go for a hero play or you get taken out doing nothing. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take some battles and try and come out on top of those battles as well. Elementrix now are going to be on the receiving end.
Well, it's not just going to be Elementrix in trouble, though. It is going to be the lads from High Voltage, as the last two players have also been picked up. We saw Malik getting finished off a few moments earlier, but on our screens, WIZZES Club taking a fight against the players of DE. Nades being lobbed by Octopus as he does try to take them out from just safe distance. And oh, from the rear, the shots do come in, as it is going to be Memo from the side of Gremlin Storm who drops him down.
Tapping away with the M4. Knight trying to find some connections through the smoke, some blind fire, definitely. And they are able to find a few connections too. Two players almost knocked out. Octopus as well might just follow it up, and yes, he has. They want to go for the confirmations too, not really able to find the mark yet. One last man is alive who is keeping the hopes and dreams up. DE now in the front lines too. Gremlin Storm is a team that is like a pack of soldiers looking unstoppable.
Well, they are looking unstoppable indeed. As you said, 6 finishes secured, all 4 players still surviving. And there are 2 other teams with equal numbers that can challenge them in the later stages. And GSM, they're taking care of them right now, as DE Joker is going to be put down on his knees. The other lads hiding behind the smokes, trying desperately to survive and climb up this hill. But it is not going to be an easy climb. It's definitely going to be a very tough challenge for them, because GSM is gatekeeping them quite perfectly, and also there's the threat of T2K on the top.
T2K is always going to be a threat inside the lobby as long as they're alive. Jane, Rig, just mowing down the lawns in the front. Jane as well now. Deciding to take a bit of back step. Legend goes down. Legend is not a man you want to lose. Zake in the front. Seal, definitely a team to watch out. And I love the split Seal showing so far. Players are in the back, looking to come inside the circle as well. Few players trying to establish the mark yet. Gremlin Storm, Fear goes down. A lot of knockouts now are just starting to happen all over the place. Gremlin Storm, though, it's not going to stop him. They're still going for the elimination points. And Gremlin Storm, this team has surprised me.
Well, yeah, and it's a very pleasant surprise as well, because we did expect them to be a little bit slow in the start, take their own sweet time to understand the situation right in front of them, but no, Gremlin Storm, they are coming in like a storm in this lobby, taking down players left, right, and center. DEADEYES guys in their crosshairs right now, and so are the players from the side of WIZZES Club. Chari, True Love, they're going to be down on their knees. Zeke is the last player surviving. Fear does take a few shots, but he runs back, tries to run back behind the cover, but he's not going to be able to make it. The good thing for him, though, that Memo is going to be right next to him, so it's going to be an easy revive, or at least it should be.
Exactly. Fear knocked out. Gremlin Storm slowly and steadily trying to move inside the circle, because they know now the circle is going to start to close in. Where is the next circle going to pull towards? Whichever team it does, they're going to be finding themselves in a bunch of lucky shoes, and they better capitalize on top of that. Seal as well on the edge, catching a lot of damage from the zone. Cannot keep on taking it though. Kese will start to move in. Now the circle's going to move in a little bit closer towards the players of Seal, but they don't stand a chance. Gremlin Storm, they have their eyes all across the board.
Well, they have their eyes, as you mentioned, set up on every other team against them. But WIZZES Club Domain, he's going to be the last player surviving, hiding behind the buggy. And his position has also been compromised, because we did see the players from the side of the GSM just keeping this entire team under a lot of pressure the entire time. So this uphill climb that he has to pull off in order to get inside the zone, this is just going to be very, very brutal upon him. And look at that, Dictator is already moving forward, trained to kill from the rear. They are going to go for a push as well, Necro.
Exactly. Gremlin Storm, 4 players in front of us. T2K. Sandesh shrouding himself in the smoke, but what a nade from the side of Sandesh. He's going to catch 2 players, and that's going to be, that might just be it for the side of Gremlin Storm, as Fear is going to be the last man alive, the final pillar, the final glimmer of hope.
Oh
Fear
boy.
in the back lines, trying to save Knight, but that's not going to be the case. Another nade tossed in. Fear might just go down. That means Dictator is going to be the last man up and alive. Gremlin Storm, you blink it and you miss it. T2K just completely obliterates the players of Gremlin Storm.
And now, all of a sudden, the tables have turned from being Gremlin Storm's game to win. It has gone towards the players of Train to Kill. 9 finishes secured. All 4 players still surviving, and all they have to do is pick off 2 lads who have been quite cheeky all this time, just hiding and managing to survive. We do have 1 player surviving from the side of DE and the other one from the side of WIZZES Club. But Rick, he's not afraid of anything. He's just running forward with the AUG in his hand and the ghillie suit equipped right now. Will he see Domain? Because Domain is right in front of him.
Patience at the start, paying off. TDK just showing exactly what it needs to take this game home. TDK, all 4 players still alive till the end. Spots at the final player. Joker's position compromised. And within a couple of seconds, Joker will be taken down as well. TDK, they come out on top in the first game. I guess Ansh was right.
Yeah, Ansh was definitely quite right. Because Train to Kill starting off with a banger of a performance, 26 points secured, 11 finishes in the very first game, and an incredible run as well. And all of this came down to the timing to go for the summit of that hill and then take the fight against the players of GSM. And also, one more key fight for the lads of Train to Kill was the one against the players of DRS, in which DRS were the ones who overcommitted, and Train to Kill, they were quite patient, just managed to hold on to the control of the squad house and win that entire situation in their favor.
Some crazy stuff, Shawnee. Some crazy stuff. I mean, the game was just all over the place in the mid phases, and it's just a complete indication that teams still don't know how these games are going to be played yet. Now, I understand a lot of teams expect the games to go passive and slow at the start, but that's not the case, right? Because it's the first game, ladies and gentlemen. These teams are still trying to read each other, how the paths are going to be looking like, where are they going to start across each other, how are they going to be playing inside the lobby, which team's going to be playing passive, which team's going to be playing aggressive, because new season, that means things are going to be changing quite a bit. We saw a lot of roster changes too, kind of affect a lot of teams as well, but it's just the first game. Nothing can be speculated just off of the first game. Teams are still trying to get used to it.
Exactly, as you mentioned, not a lot can be expected from just the first game itself, because there are, well, every single team, I believe they have left, 19 more matches, and that is just for this week. That is just for week 1, 19 more matches remaining. We have 3 weeks of that, and then we have the final. So opportunities, they are going to be there. The opportunities are going to be there, but before we move on to the next opportunity for these lads, we're going to go to the very short break, ladies and gentlemen, so you guys keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall Split South Asia. This is Super John, joined by Necro, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. The first game has just concluded. We did see Train to Kill in an incredible form right off the bat, but now the question is, will they be able to keep this going till the end of at least today?
That is something I guess only future can tell, because right now we have no clue. As we mentioned, it's just the first game. First game is usually just all over the place, and considering even the plant fly path screwed up a lot of things for a lot of teams. And I feel like that is the major thing. That is the major problem why we saw a lot of eliminations right off the bat. If the plant fly path was pretty much just centralized or neutral, I don't think so we would have seen the amount of battles that happened right off the bat.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, the flight path just leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map did, in fact, give a curveball to a lot of these squads, but at the end of it, I mean, we did see an incredible run from Gremlin Storm as well. Up until Train to Kill had their number, they were doing so well for themselves, and one of the major reasons is going to be the MVP of the game, Dictator from the side of GSM. 4 eliminations secured, but it was all about that damage dished out. 761 damage dished out, the survival time of 23 minutes and 56 seconds.
Exactly. I mean, Gremlin Storm as well. I just love the way they decided to play that game. Unfortunately, the separation in the end did not really work out. 2 players are all the way in the back, right next to each other. One single nade just sealed the deal. And I mean, it was just TDK doing TDK things. This is what TDK is known for. Once they get the grip in the lobby, I mean, TDK is type of team. If you do give them room, they're not going to let it go. They're going to capitalize on it.
I mean, the name says it all, man. It's Train to Kill. That's what the lads are meant to be doing the entire time. But now, after this match, though, Necro, I think we have to reanalyze the situation with Gremlin Storm as well, because they were looking incredible. No mistakes up until the point. I won't even call it a mistake. They just did not anticipate Train to Kill to go for a hyper-aggressive push, because T2K did not even stop even after they had one of their own knocked out.
Exactly. I mean, TDK, there's pretty much planned aggression, I would say. And TDK, this is what really does work in their favor too. And that's why TDK, they've always been there. They've always somewhat been the consistent team from Nepal as well. And now they're able to show themselves up again. Gremlin Storm, though, as I mentioned, an astonishing play from their side, at least in the first game. But as you questioned it as well, are they going to be able to continue the similar sort of performance even in the upcoming games or not? That's something I'm wondering as well.
Yeah. I mean, that is a question that we will never have an answer to. If a team that is playing really well, how long can they keep this going? It's a question as old as time, my friend. But talking about time, we're going to be moving forward to the next stat on our screen, the match summary, and we do have the highest elimination coming in from Sandesh from the side of Train to Kill eSports. Brig is going to be there sitting on the 2nd position. Dictator makes it on the 3rd, and all 3 of these lads, they had 4 finishes each.
I mean, look at the damage number accumulated on the side of Dictator. Dictator was the man who was playing in the front line, so it makes a lot of sense too. Dictator able to accumulate a lot of damage. But again, something that we really cannot just ignore is that big names, big banners got eliminated right off the bat. Godlike Stalwart, we saw them getting taken out. A1 Esports themselves got taken out easily. And as I was mentioning, A1 Esports too, with a decent amount of changes underneath their banner themselves, I wanted to see a similar or at least a better performance from them, but that was not the case. They got eliminated right off the bat. They clashed against their own counterparts, which is 1952, and they got taken out easily. 1952, though, they were able to survive till the top 5, so they've got themselves a decent amount of points accumulated.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a decent amount of points accumulated, and again, as we have been mentioning it again and again, this was just the first game. You have to be consistent. Sometimes we do have those teams who do not really have a great start the very first game. They're going to be finishing, with 3-4 points. And from the second match onwards, they do manage to stick around in the top 3, the top 4 quite consistently. And that actually puts a major impact on the overall rankings. But for now, this is what it is. This is where the teams are going to be starting off, and the next game is where things can, in fact, eventually be changed. Because if Train to Kill now, or maybe a Gremlin Storm, have a similar run like they just did on this very first Erangel, then it's going to get a little bit more intense, because these 2 teams will have a very heavy advantage moving forward, at least for this week.
Exactly. So what he's trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, basically in short words, is that consistency matters the most. No matter if you're not able to win the games or not, as long as you're able to stay consistent inside the games that you're playing, that's all that really does matter. And you know, as the format says it itself, top 12 teams will be playing one more extra game, the bonus points, and they're also going to be counted inside the PMPL South Asia Grand Finals. So the bonus game matters a lot. Being inside top 12 matters even more. So all you guys need to do is aim for that top 12 in these weeks, and then in Livik, you can try hard as possible.
Yeah. in Livik, you can just go ham, go YOLO, just try and secure those points one way or the other. But for now, you have to try and be consistent and get those points. And that is what everyone is going to be aiming towards. As you mentioned, consistency, that is going to be the answer to every single question, every single problem that the teams are going to be having in a few short moments. Because again, it's just the very first day. And this, again, as I mentioned, is a 3-week-long league stage. It's 20 matches per team every week. Every week 20 games, not the old, I believe 18 games was the number the last time around. And also with the first game done and dusted, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the strategies are going to change as the maps also change.
Exactly. But for now, before moving on to the other map, let's take a look at the damage graph of the previous game, because this is going to mean quite a lot. Now, Gremlin Storm, they were doing pretty good until the late phase, and as soon as the late phase hit the deck, Gremlin Storm decided to split themselves apart, and that's where they kind of just dug their own grave, and they got taken out by the players of T2K. Now, T2K over here, though, these 4 individual players were sticking to each other, or sticking with each other till the late game, and that's why they were able to kill with so much damage and so many elimination points with itself. Deadeyes guys too, slowly and steadily they try to sneak themselves up as well there, but unfortunately they did not really have a lot of points or a lot of elimination points to back it up. But as we mentioned, Johnny, what matters is consistency, not the chicken dinner.
I mean,
that does, but yeah, consistency matters even more.
I mean, Chicken Dinner is going to be worth 15 points. And of course, it is a battle royale, this game of PUBG Mobile. It is about survival, being the last one standing till the very end. But also, I have to say this, Necro. We've been talking about the teams that have been performing really well, or in fact, did perform well in the first game at least. But let's talk about the teams which we expected quite a lot from, but they did end up making a lot of mistakes. And one of the most common mistake that I noticed in this particular map was the amount of teams that did not prioritize their positioning. All of them approaching the fights out in the open willy-nilly and then losing out on their key players because of that. Stalwart Esports, we saw them take a hit, not even being able to cross the bridge with all 4 players surviving. IHC, mid-rotation fights happening, and in fact, that was kind of an unfortunate and a very weird moment as they just ran in towards the action.
I mean, again, Johnny, I think so that is something that happened because it was just the first game, right? And teams still need to know how the enemy teams are going to be playing by, which routes are going to be captured, which routes are going to be conquered, which compounds are already going to be taken. And as the tournament keeps on progressing, you're clearly going to be seeing a massive improvement in all these teams, right? All you need to do is slow and steady studies on these teams. First day, definitely the gameplay is going to be all over the place because you never know what the players are going to be thinking or how things are going to be looking like inside the battlefield. But as games keep on progressing on, these teams are going to go home, they're going to start doing their homework and come back even stronger. So at least that's what the expectations are.
I mean, the expectations are going to be there. I mean, and it's always going to be to win, to be at the top, no matter what the cost is going to be. But on Miramar, the next map that is going to come, we have seen the teams of Stalwart Esports actually do, in fact, do really well on this map. But Train to Kill are also, they are more deadly on Miramar than they are on Erangel. So two of the strongest teams are about to play their strongest maps. And
did you just forget IHC? I mean, IHC as well is one of the best teams on Miramar, man. You can never forget what Alex brings to the table. And Alex in the previous PMPL was the rookie, but now he's not a rookie anymore. Considering what sort of performance he showed in the previous PMPL, calling him a rookie would be an understatement.
I completely agree with that. I mean, it has been a while since he has been playing, and since then he has experienced a lot of big events. He has played with all those big names, the lads from IHC, the best lads to gain the exposure with. But along with that, I think, again, we have to talk about the other teams. GSF, Gremlin Storm. We did not know what to expect from their end, but now we do. An incredible run in the very first game. DE Warriors as well, they were part of a few key fights up until the point where they were also forced to cross the bridge, move over to the northern island, and by then it was a little too late for them because everyone was just holding the northern mountain slope, from which it's quite clear, it's quite easy to clear out the backlines to pick off the teams that are either trying to go for a swan dive in that small little river that separates the two parts of the map, or maybe the teams that are trying to cross the bridge. Even if you can't finish up the teams that are crossing the bridge by a vehicle, you can at least shoot their vehicles, just blow out the tires so that they are going to be in trouble in the next team fight and are not able to complete their rotation. So all of that becomes possible if you rotate early towards the northern part of the map. which we saw Train to Kill do, which we saw Gremlin Storm pull off, which we saw DRS do. IHC also rotated right in the nick of time, but then Stalwart, they were a little bit slow. They got punished. DE Warriors got punished because of that. Deadeyes guys were pinned down for so long, and we know D is one of those teams that never back away from fights.
Exactly. But again, the major turnoff here was the planned fly path for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams. And the reason why we saw those sort of rotations is probably the planned fly path as well. IHC losing their player right off the bat. Then we also saw another team losing right off the bat. So, I mean, a lot of things just completely happened because of the planned fly path. So, as I mentioned, we will just need to keep the games progressing on. We'll just need to sit here, relax, and watch how the games are going to be going by. Because, again, we're still learning the teams ourselves. We don't exactly know what sort of mindset these teams have. One thing we know for sure is that the Mongolian teams will try to dominate the way they do.
I mean, it's the regional play styles that every single region, every single server will have, right? We have seen the teams, every single team from Mongolia just coming in with the hyper-aggression, team fight-focused play style, wherein it is going to be just a fight after fight after fight after fight, from the early stage to the end game stages. Now, all of that has started to change. IHC, their strategies are broadened up. Stalwart eSports, they also do like to have a little bit of a breathing room in the early game stages. The teams from South Asia have been doing this for a while, wherein their priority in the mid game sort of tends to shift depending on where the circle is and where they are in with respect to the circle itself. But this is a conversation for another time, ladies and gentlemen. We do have match number 2 starting now. The map of Miramar on our screens.
Exactly. Miramar, the second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, of the PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022 is on our screens. This time, the planned fly path is not going to be biased. Instead, it's going to be quite okay-ish for a decent amount of teams. Maybe if the teams do want to go for El Pozo and Monte Nuevo, then it's going to be quite a big stretch, but the planned fly path looks pretty okay to me personally. Los Leones, as always, has to be the hot drop here. Decent amount of teams do like to go towards Los Leones, and I personally like to think Los Leones can contain 3 teams easily, and those 3 teams can loot without even crossing each other's eyes comfortably.
Yeah, definitely. But let's see how this game is going to go. As you said, 3 teams can land, but not everyone can leave Necro if the circle is far away from them. Have to keep that in mind as well. And as I say that, the circle is just going to be towards the northwestern part of the map, centered somewhere around the power grid position.
Exactly. On the top left, TRZ as well is on their way over there, as we do see high voltage near Picado, Gremlin Storm near Impala. Now again, teams, they're just going to start to settle themselves down. Skylightz Gaming 2 on our screens on the top, as they like to go towards La Cabrera. But let me tell you what, Johnny, this time Skylightz Gaming are going to be quite happy, considering there's no Savage Esports, because Savage Esports was always that team that liked to eye out the spots of Skylightz Gaming. With Skylightz Gaming, they're going to have a huge sigh of relief now.
Well, let's see, though, if it's going to be a sigh of relief or they're just going to be letting out their last breath of air as TRZ. They are just going to start this off right off the bat with the first blood of the game, dropping down one of the lads from the side of DE.
TRZ, again, still the early phase of the game, so teams or players, they're just going to try to loot first, or at least that's going to be their first priority. Power grid is in their hand, but it's also being shared by another team, which is Deadeyes guys. Turulov is in the front, and he's just moving inside the building. As TRZ now, they're going to be on the move, off away from power grid. They've already gotten 1 elimination point secured, so TRZ, they're going to be quite happy with just that one elimination. Off the bat, 1 elimination point given to you without even taking any sort of casualties. I mean, I vibe with it.
I mean, who will not, especially if the opposition that you're going to try and take down, he is just going to be unarmed. He was trying to survive running out in the open. But it's Miramar, man. That's nowhere to go. It's just a desert.
Yeah. I mean, he was punch boosting his way away, hoping that he's not going to give any sort of foot cues. But he was already being heard. And TRZ looked like the alligator munching away the player.
Yeah.
But yeah, now they're on a move towards Monte Nuevo. And this is quite a wise option too, Johnny, considering they know Monte Nuevo was the furthest place away from the planned fly path. So it makes a lot of sense considering, or at least expecting, there's going to be no team here, unless if they're actually welcomed. But it doesn't seem like this territory is taken by anyone else. So yeah, TRZ, they've got their hands on a free city, which they are going to be happy looting.
Well, they are going to be happy about it. As you mentioned, this city around Montenuevo, it's all going to be under their control. And it is quite a decent spot inside the circle as well. You don't have to move, at least for now. And I believe this can be the safe haven for the players of TRZ, at least for the next 5 more minutes. Even with the second shift of the circle won't be too far away from them, so not a lot of pressure from there till, I want to say, the third circle. I want to say the next 2 zones, TRZ are going to be quite comfortable. But this is what I talk about, Necro. As we did see the flight path and the circle towards the western side, the flight path moving in from the southeast to the northwest, a majority of the teams have in fact dropped towards either the central position or the eastern or the southeastern spots of the map. And since most of them will be forced to move west, the late game stages are going to be very, very chaotic.
Things are definitely going to be quite chaotic, but in the map of Miramar, we expect a lot much more slower pace compared to even Erangel.
Yeah.
And that's what it seems like the case so far. I mean, we only saw 1 elimination point going through. That's why we see 63 players remaining. And yeah, the first elimination was also taken by Mamba, so... Of course, TRZ, as I mentioned, they're going to be a happy bunch. Right off the bat, they got some blood on their hands. And we did see them on a move too. In Montenuevo, they're looking pretty comfortable. It is a decent spot inside the circle as well. But teams like A1 Esports who are inside Los Leones, they will need to try and move as quick as possible.
Well, let's see. They're going to try and be quick about this, but how fast are they willing to let go? Because if you miss time, you might run into another team, as I believe the players of DEADEYES guys are about to witness, and it is going to be quite unfortunate if the clash against Stalwart Esport, godlike Stalwart, happens at this moment, because as we've been talking about since the start of the game, DE Joker was picked off as soon as the match started by the lads of TRZ, and ST is not a team that you want to fight with one player missing from the side.
DEADEYES guys, Joker was a casualty.
Yeah.
And Joker is quite a recent signing too. After the previous PMPL ended, which was the spring split, Joker was signed in DEADEYES guys. And DEADEYES guys' roster was doing wonders in the past. But again, inside this PMPL too, through a little bit of changes, are we going to be seeing the similar sort of impact that we saw in the previous PMPL or not? We'll only be able to figure out in the future or the upcoming days. But TDK, though, off the bat with a bang, definitely now the expectations are even rised up from my side. I want to see TDK perform even better, even stronger. I want to see some more elimination games from their side. And I'm pretty sure these players have what it takes too. All they need to do is get a little bit more settled inside the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. They have what it takes to deliver on every single expectation that you set in front of them. Players are that skilled, but it is going to take them a little bit of time to get warmed up, I feel, because again, that was the first game, this is the second, the map has changed as well, and it is a much slower map in comparison, so you're not going to be just from a moment of intense action just dropping into another map that is just going to force you to take those fights in the early stages. Miramar allows you a lot of space to breathe. That's the beauty of it as well, but then in situations like these in competitive lobbies, the more idle you are in a position, the more paranoid you get of threat that might or might not even be there.
Giant Mara, another name with quite high expectations and a decent fan base eyeing out for them. Snipe YT, a man, we know this man has been quite incredible. He has had a great past too. But now it's time to replicate it. Now it's time to deliver, Giant Mara, because this banner has been one of the biggest banners out there in Nepal region, but for some reason they haven't been able to proceed on any more further than the PMPLs. But this time I feel like this might just be the Giant Mara we all needed to see.
Well, maybe. But let's see. Giant Mara, another interesting name that everyone is looking forward to see how they're going to finish up in this tournament. WIZZES Club, not a good start for them in the very first game. Just completely pinned down by the players of GSM. Nowhere left to go for them. Domain, props to him for being able to survive in a very intense situation. Octopus as well did quite well for himself, but WIZZES Club, they weren't able to make it all the way towards the very end. Hopefully this time though, because again, couple of interesting names away in the lineup of WIZZES Club, as Octopus is one of those players who I remember watching back in the days, and he is extremely talented as well, and the rest of the players as well. I mean, they did have a decent run. Don't get me wrong, they had a decent run, but what will it take to secure the chicken?
It'll take it all, Johnny. It will take it all.
I thought you were going to give me
a
recipe for a chicken dinner.
I mean, let me tell you what. I'm too lazy to cook. I just try to order. But yeah.
You get some chicken, you cook it, and you have chicken dinner.
But for these players, it's not going to be that easy, man.
Yep.
It's going to be 100 times tougher to get a chicken dinner. And right now, we have a lot of teams eyeing out each other. They are spotting out each other's rotation. They are getting a lot of info accumulated. And this sort of an intel is going to be quite useful for the upcoming games.
Well, it is going to be quite useful.
Yeah, in the minimap too, you saw one team or one player that is cruising quite close to the players of DW.
Yeah, and if they get too close for comfort, then the noises from the vehicles, it's going to be heard, and the warriors are going to be made aware of the fact that there is someone surrounding them, someone circling them, and they might be willing to take that fight. But on the other side, DRS taking on the players of Giant Mara. In fact, it is the other way around, as Giant Mara are the ones who have found the opening in that fight.
Oh, that's a big knockout right here. Giant Mara opening the fray up. That's the first man taken down, as Gunnar is going to find the opening. Instantly backs away too. Some nice mature options taken from the side of Gunnar. Will back out instantly. Will try to patch himself up. The rest of the cavalry is there too. Giant Mara staying together all the times. That's something that's really helping out these players. Gunnar will try to make some solo moves happen, but he doesn't really need to. It's up to him. If he wants to go for some heroic play, if he wants to rely on his heroics, he definitely can. But I don't think so. That will be the most mature option.
Well, let's see what their approach is going to be. As you said, it is definitely not going to be, I won't call it not a mature option. It's just a little bit too risky to make it work right now, especially in these early stages. This was a desperate moment for them. If they needed the points or they were not going to qualify for a super weekend or something, then they would have gone for it. But it's still the early stages of the tournament. It's just game number 2. They're going to take their sweet time just assessing everything. On the other side, the on top, this man is deadly whenever he gets on top of a hill. And right now, taking down one lad from the side of high voltage. Assassin has been dropped down to 50 HP, but he runs right underneath him. And he manages to survive, but do see Chari in the distance, right on the other side, facing his own teammate. Well, why is he there? So he can take down the other lads from the side of high voltage. And I guess this is a fight that is completely in control of the players of DE.
Shots whiffed and another lifeline gifted to the player. High voltage for now. They seem a little safe, but they also need to realize now the wrap-up is also coming in from the side of Deadeye Skies, instantly wrapping up all the way around. High voltage, they're not even getting a single moment of break. For now, though, Deadeye Skies too, I love the approach from their side. Instantly try to wrap around, try to get as many eyes as possible, but Turulov is catching a bit too much hurt. We'll need to back off from that position. And Eve also. Assassin is not a man to screw around with like that.
Oh, yeah.
The spray was definitely quite iffy-wiffy, but now it seems like Deadeye Skies will try to take over the players of high voltage with their positioning.
Well, let's see. On top, he's going to have to be quite wary of the two lads that are going to be Jiggle and Malik. But in the distance, there were the lads from Godlike Stalwart as well. who do have kind of an off angle to this entire fiasco. And I believe they're just going to be keeping an eye on both these teams as to what the players are going to be up to. But on top, that drop right
come
next
on.
to Assassin. He has lost so much HP, but Assassin, he knows True Love will also have this angle, and this time he won't whiff. He makes the mistake only once, and you have to capitalize on then. But on top, finding the second for his team as Assassin from the side of High Voltage is going to be dropped as well.
Yeah, High Voltage getting dismantled quite well, but Joker too, we saw him getting taken off quite early, so Deadeye's guys, they only have 3 players to work with. It's a 3-on-2 situation right now against High Voltage, and Deadeye's guys have realized now they have a big man advantage they can rely off of. Mullik in the backlines too. High Voltage do not want to be in the line of sights of the players of Deadeye's guys. They do not want to be in their bad books, so they're just going to try to take an exit from this spot, but there is also a godlike stalwart nearby. And Deadeye's guys, you cannot mess around with a team like that. They are the Flying Dragons of the lobby, which will try to scout you and take you down easily. Deadeye's guys still on the move. They want to have some quick feats, but they also want to get it on top of the high ground once again, and that's what they're trying to opt out for. High ground in Miramar matters quite a lot, especially because of the intel you can gather.
Well, but let's see how much intel can they gather for themselves. It is not going to be easy. 16 teams still remaining as we have the 15-minute marker on our screens. 51 players still surviving, trying to kill down to the last player. GSM under some fire from the side of MABETEX, as Wally did in fact try to gun one of the lads down as he was trying to cross the road in that buggy, but he has failed to find the opening for his team, and now he's going to have to reposition. They do have control of this edge. It's just Wally and Leo from the side of MABETEX surviving. Leo on the other side, 300 meters away from his teammate. Now, that is a very interesting thing. What were MABETEX eSports up to? They're playing a 1-1 split this time. I mean, they don't have any other option.
And Johnny, the team that won the previous game, TDK, even they themselves have taken big casualty. They only have one less man up and alive.
Yeah.
To replicate the same sort of performance is definitely going to be next to impossible now. High Voltage Jiggle as well got taken down, and Jiggle is not a man to be afforded to get taken down like that because he's the IGL, but it's not going to matter anymore as Mullik as well will follow up the fray, and that's going to be the first elimination of the game. High Voltage getting taken out on 16th spot. TDK might just be the one to follow it up quickly too, but Jane, he's found himself in the blue, which should buy him a decent amount of time, but the problem is he does not have a lot of meds to rely on.
Yeah, it's going to get quite tricky for them. And as you mentioned, not a lot of meds remaining. Jane, just 8 bandages, 2 energy drinks, all that he has left. And he still has to be extremely careful. At least he has those smokes to create pathways if anyone is going to try and gatekeep him. But on the other side, look at their Skylightz Gaming against the players of Raw. And this is going to be quite interesting as we do see Mr. Border on the high ground, just trying to keep vision of the opposition, while Nima is going to try and go for a push.
Skylightz Gaming, they know there are some players in the lower ground. It's an uphill battle for the players of TRZ. This nade might just seal the deal. Sails in at the perfect place. Might just blow away too, but no. Smokey was able to just get back inside the cover in the nick of time. Smokey not really catching a lot of hurt, but those bullets definitely did catch a bit of flesh. Nima, though, does not want to be in the line of sight anymore, so he's just going to back off. Wants to play things a bit more safe. Spots out a player way too far away. AJ now doing the same thing, just raining down bullets underneath. But they do realize there's another threat lingering in the backlines.
Well, but let's see when the action is going to commence. Skylightz Gaming on our screens, just keeping things in check for the moment. As you mentioned, the threat that lies behind them, it is going to be quite interesting to see how they're going to approach it. But priority number 1 at this moment is just gatekeep the players of Raw from entering the zone. AJ, he has a very nice flank available, can go a little bit wide, but needs to time it perfectly so that the players of the Warriors do not spot him out. Oh, taking a finish point away from the side of DW, as Sinister is going to be picked up by AJ. And look at that, we see the perspective of a third party for the first time, quite clearly, in fact, as the players of A1 eSport do go for a charge on the players of DW. And while all of that was happening, Skylightz Gaming was trying to capitalize on that.
Ooh, the nade was quite close though. It was a 3-pointer indeed, but did not really connect. Delta knows there's a man behind that ridge. Wants to capitalize on that too. Wants to take the man down. Finally spots a really desperate rotation from Galzin. Galzin is catching a lot of bullets and finally will be blown away from the Weekle. Snipe YT2 trying to wrap around from the other side of the mountain. But is he going to be able to get away? The answer is definitely going to be no, but now the blue zone's going to start to hurt a lot too. You cannot afford to stay outside the blue anymore. It's going to chunk out a lot of damage.
Well, but let's see. Damage is going to be dished out, but will they be able to manage to secure the finish? Killer YT does, in fact, blow up the door. Jane just switching position. Quite a risky spot. That shack is all that he has for cover, and he is going to be outside the zone. He's quite close to the edge, so if he gets too eager to get to safety, he's done. If DRS, they go for a push on that shack, he's done. So basically, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Jane, he has nowhere left to go. All he can try to do is pull off a miracle. If he pulls off a miracle, pulls off this 1v3 against the lads of DRS, then maybe we see T2K make it to the late game stage. But as I say that, the man was baited into stepping out.
Well, and this is what you see, some great tactics from some great teams.
Are you talking about DRS or Train to Kill right there? Or not Train to Kill, but just Jane in general?
I mean, for Jane over there to survive, I mean, he didn't need a gun there. He needed a hair part of stick in his hand, all right? So that's the only way he would have survived that. But that's not possible in PUBG. So, yeah, he got taken out easily. So, basically what I'm trying to say is that there was no way out of that situation. Jane was done. It was a gone case. But Deadeye's guys eyeing out the players of God like Stalwart. 3 players in the front. Turulov knows exactly what's going on. Stalwart now in a desperate move or in a desperate hurry to try and make a rotation. 1 player's caught out in the open. Pika might just go down, but somehow he's able to stay alive, but not for long. Pika instantly gets taken down. Deadeye's guys now on a move. They want to capitalize on this knockout.
Oh, the cover fire that was being brought in as the players were going for the rotation, but MABETEX eSports Wally is going after the players of 1952, and now he does take down 1, but then he himself is going to fall as Skylightz Gaming do chime in from the other side. Leo was dropped by one of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming, and we're going to see MABETEX eSports take an exit from this lobby. Now, 11 teams remain, well, before I even finish my sentence, make that 10 teams remaining, 26 players surviving, as even Jan Mara are going to be shown the exit door.
They will be, but Deadeye's guys, a desperate move. And this is what now they will need to pay the price for. Godlike instantly turn their backs on the players of Deadeye's guys. Now Deadeye's guys on the receiving end. Should not have been that desperate to try and take out the players of Godlike. And Godlike is not a team to mess around with like that. And Stalwart, they just shut him down easily. Skylightz Gaming 2 on top of the hill, just raining down death and destruction as Nima wants to take out another player. TRZ2 spotted out. This high ground position is paying off so well for the players of Skylightz. They have eyes all across the board, and they can just rain down bullets.
Exactly. They know where every single other team in this lobby is. All they have to do is connect those shots. Nima putting a lot of pressure on the players of DW, but they have to be wary of the players of Stalwart Esport as well. Godlike Stalwart right next to them. But Necro, now I'm going to throw you under the bus. Who do you think will get the chicken in this game?
Who do I think will get the chicken?
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
didn't
come
make
on.
prediction before the game.
Stalwart Esports. It's Stalwart Esports. Come on, like, without a doubt, they still have 3 players. You always gotta count them in. Even the 1 player short, it's not gonna matter. It's godlike Stalwart. I mean, the name suits them. They are godlike, and they are Stalwart itself. So it makes a lot of sense. But the Warriors now from the back. Oh. Skylightz Gaming is just raining down terror on every single team in the lobby. Now TRZ is in the clothesline. Smokey wants to avoid all sort of eyes onto himself, but Skylightz Gaming, all that matters is the info, and they've got plenty of it.
Well, as he said, they have plenty of information about the positioning of the opposition, but all we are waiting for is the moment when these lads are going to step down from this mountain, because that is when they have to handle all the pressure being on the lower ground themselves. They do have a little bit of time because the blue zone is still closing in, but it's getting quite close, too close for comfort. 6 finishes already secured by the players of Skylightz Gaming, and I believe before they step down, they want to make sure that Raw and EW are dealt with. Because if you go for a fight against the players of WIZZES Club, well, we'll talk about that later. As Raw, we did see a charge coming in right there on AJ, but AJ finding the opening was able to take the lad down. But from the rear comes another threat that no one from the side of Skylightz Gaming anticipated. It's the lad from 1952, and it is going to be a 1v1 situation as Nima all of a sudden is going to be the last player surviving first team, but from the flank, his opposition does not see him, and Nima, he strikes the shot, the damage has been dished, and the 1v1, he goes down! Skylightz Gaming in an instant have been taken out and shown the exit. What a fight, what a blunder.
What a turnaround of emotions! How does he win that fight? Skylightz Gaming had all sort of advantage in that moment, but they still somehow mess it up. A big blunder from the side of Skylightz Gaming, and that should affect a big time for their mentality as well. Skylightz Gaming were looking unstoppable with the amount of info they had to capitalize with, but somehow they messed it up. Godlike Stalwart now with the lower ground, but they have 3 players up. They have the man advantage inside the lobby. DRS is up top too, with including the players in 1952. How is this going to be played out? DRS there, and now we know right here, pulling something off might just be quite miraculous against the players of Stalwart eSports. 3 players in the front. 1952 definitely will start a sweat as soon as they realize that Godlike Stalwart is the one knocking the door. Death itself.
Oh boy, devil boy in fact. Just being an absolute devil destroyer of dreams right there. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a lesson for everyone. Always make sure your rear is clear. Always have a person watching your back. But Necro, I guess you're going to be our new god of predictions from now on, because Stalwart eSports, they're doing really well. 3 players against the individuals remaining from 1952 and ERS, so I guess this game is pretty much theirs. It's already
I'm gonna just brush it off. It's too easy. But anyways, DRS on our screens. Delta now moving in close. He knows there's someone in the right lines too. He did see a lot of, or he did hear a lot of gunshots going in on the right side. Now it's Godlike just peppering down bullets inside the smoke, trying to find that one sweet little mark. And Devil Boy will stand no chance. He will just evaporate in air as Stalwart, well, as I mentioned, their death itself knocking on the doors of these players, of these arcs. And now next is DRS to go down. And that's what exactly is going to happen. Godlike Stalwart sealing the deal on the second game of the day.
I mean, before the match started, we were talking about them. This is one of their strongest map, and for them, for Godlike Stalwart to win a chicken, well, it's just easy peasy lemon squeezy. An incredible finish, 9 eliminations secured, 24 points secured as well. A total tally of the placements and the finish points damage dished out was 1108, and even though they were down to 3 players for quite a while, they did adapt very nicely, I have to say.
Oh yeah, the adaptation is definitely great. And as I mentioned, man, the first game, it was just purely off of, it's just the first game. Teams are still trying to learn and get used to how the lobbies are going to be looking like inside the upcoming PMPL games or days. So Stalwart eSports now just capitalizing on the first game, also getting used to a little bit, also getting away with those jitters, and now coming inside even stronger in the Miramar.
Well, I mean, now the real fun begins, right? Because the first game, we did not know what to expect, what the teams were going to be up to. We did get a little bit of a hint of that. Godlike Stalwart, I guess, they were also just getting warmed up in the very first Erangel. They knew they made a mistake. They just brushed it off as well and moved on to this Miramar, knowing it was going to be their game. But on the other side, have to give props to the players of DE, because the moment on Miramar you drop Clash, lose out one of your players, majority of the teams, they're going to just go into hiding. They're going to just try and play for survival till about the 17-18 minute marker, and then when the chaos begins, when those weird rotations start coming in, they're going to go for those individuals pick-offs. DE on the other side were not afraid to take head-on fights in a situation like that. So like that, I love watching teams play just completely unafraid of the opposition.
Exactly. I mean, if you are going to be scared, or if you are going to be playing afraid, that means you're not going to be playing your A game. That means you're not going to be playing something you practiced on the offline stages. Instead, you will try to try to pull something off that will be on the fly, that will be on the moment, that will be made with panic. And that's not a way you want to play things in the PMPL. This is high stakes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
These are the teams that are here to represent themselves even in the future lines, even in the international stages.
Yeah, but for now, I mean, before we move on to the next match, we're going to be taking a very short break in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you guys are enjoying the action, because there is a lot more to come. We have 3 more matches left in the day. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back after the break to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us this time for PMPL, it's going to be the Oppo F21 Pro, who are our partners for this PMPL South Asia. 2 matches done for the day, and now we're going to be moving on to the third one. Necro, but before we move to the next game, let's talk about the previous one, because Stalwart, godlike Stalwart, just on fire in the last game on Miramar, and this man is the reason why.
I mean, is that even a question, Johnny? If Stalwart wins, you know who's going to be there on the top fragger list. You know who's going to be there on the MVP list. And it's not even a question at this point, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be action. And 6 elimination points, he's probably going to be brushing it off from his shoulders like it's nothing, with damage dealt of only 487, knockouts of 3, and MVP rating of 4.50 with the survival time of 24:17. I mean, action, he's done an incredible job in general, but oh boy, godlike Stalwart, 3 players or 3 pack of soldiers looked like well-oiled machine till the end. And I thought, at a moment, I thought, okay, maybe godlike Stalwart will be eliminated at this point, but that was not the case. They know how to get out of every single tricky situation.
Well. And godlike Stalwart, I mean, just an incredible run they are having. At least it looks like the start is going to be there. 6 eliminations, 487 damage. MVP rating as of now is sitting at a 4.5, but that is definitely bound to go up. And we do have the top players on our screen. 6 eliminations by Action, followed closely by the lads of Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja and AJ. And I'm going to be honest here. As you said, when I asked you in the middle of the game, who do you think is going to win? You said Stalwart Esports. I was going to say Skylightz Gaming. And that was before Devil Boy came charging in from the hill right behind them and just started taking them down.
Yeah, definitely. That is not a fight you want to lose. That is not a fight you want to lose if you're Skylightz Gaming, but they still somehow messed it up. They still somehow screwed it up. I mean, I might be sounding a little harsh, but ladies and gentlemen, you guys need to realize Skylightz Gaming had all sort of advantage in that fight right there. They also had a great Rich to play around with, and Devil Boy should not have even stand a chance in taking down the players of Skylightz Gaming, but that was not the case. Instead, he flipped around and shut down the players of Skylightz Gaming, and he pretty much came out on top in that battle. That helped him secure a top 3 finish for his team.
Well, I mean, the finish, the points, they are going to come in quite handy for them as they move forward with their matches of the day and of the tournament as well. But looking at the match summary right there, highest assist. Now, this is where I want to talk about the rest of the squad from the side of godlike Stalwart, as we did mention at the start of the game as well. You can't talk about this team without mentioning all of them put together. Top coming in with 3 assists for his teammate, as his teammate Action is going to be leading the charge in terms of the highest elimination. Highest healing done on the other side is going to go to Leo from the side of MABETEX eSports. I want to talk about that for a second, because we do talk about all the action, but we have to talk about the survival instincts. We did see MABETEX in a very tricky situation wherein there were just 2 players remaining, and they were 300 meters, more than 300 meters split up far away from each other, and yet they managed to survive, yet they managed to find the entry inside the zone, and that is what I find quite incredible.
I mean, what I found incredible is just the performance from the side of Godlike Stalwart, I'm just going to keep on praising it because we expected this to come. We expected this to happen, and that's what exactly has happened. They like to start things off on a bang, and they like to start the day off on a bang, and that's what has happened. Even the first game was not the case, but as long as you're able to get a solid performance on the day one, that's all that's going to matter. And Johnny, we've known this for a fact. If you're able to build a base as early as possible, as quickly as possible, then you're going to be a team that will have the less amount of pressure onto yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as that is perfectly put. If you do manage to get the pace in, if you do manage to pick up the momentum in the early stages, that will give you a little bit of a safety cushion. So just in case things go wrong, just in case things do not work out for you, you're unlucky in a game, you get drop clash, you do not find any weapons, and you get taken out in the first 5 minutes. You have the advantage in the number of points that you have. And again, this moment right here. So it was a combination of Skylightz Gaming just overcommitting on taking down the players of Raw and also not clearing their backs.
Talk about not clearing your backs. I know, Johnny, you just got to keep on mentioning it over and over again. And yeah, just because of that, you guys saw what is happening. You always got to make sure your 6 is clear, your rare is clear. And that's what happened. They did not check, and they got easily taken down. But it's okay, Johnny. As we know, it's just the first few games of the day. It's just the first day of the tournament. It's maybe if you're not able to do that great in the first day, you still have a lot more days to go. But as we know, the pressure is going to keep on building up on you. And Skylightz Gaming recently, they've not been looking that great.
Yeah, I mean, they have been, their momentum has slowed down. The previous rendition of Skylightz Gaming that he used to witness, it was quite incredible. But again, we did talk about the roster changes that have happened since the last time we saw them. And I guess they are in fact leaving a bigger impact than we anticipated.
They indeed are, and that's what they really need to do too. Now, Skylightz Gaming, I want to see a little bit more improvement inside this PMPL, because what I would say is that all the other teams, they're trying to update themselves. They have updated over time, but Skylightz Gaming, somewhere down the line, they are lacking a bit, because if you remember, even in the previous PMPL, yeah, they definitely were there in the top phases, but it was not the Skylightz Gaming that we saw in the previous year. It was not the players. It was not the performance that we saw in the previous PMPLs too. So, yeah, Johnny, definitely something is lacking.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Something is lacking, but I guess even they are looking for answers, because there are those moments of brilliance right in this game. The moment when we saw them take control of the high ground, just picking off every single team, every single individual they were seeing down below, and just being the biggest, baddest threat inside of the game for a few short moments. They managed to dish out 2,000 damage and secure 8 finishes in doing so. So this wasn't a bad game, but Skylightz Gaming, they have to be consistent in the rest of the matches. Although the winners of the match, we do have Godlike Stalwart, a little bit more, I guess, economical in the sense that 1,100 damage dished out and 9 finishes were secured.
Exactly. Now let's move on over to the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. It's still T2K. They found themselves at the top of the entire screen here. Godlike Stalwart, though, right underneath the players, or right underneath the team of T2K, lacking only 1 more point. And if they get 1 more point in the upcoming games, they will pretty much topple over the players of T2K as well. DRS on the 3rd spot. DRS, burning torch of consistency. DRS is a perfect example of staying under the radar and doing consistent.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. And that is why you never see them coming. You never see them being the team with coming in with the flashy plays, but it is that consistent placement point average that always works out for the players of DRS. But for now, the competition is still very close. Just 2 games done and dusted. We still have 3 more left for the day. Skylightz Gaming, with just the first game done, they are on the first page of the rankings, but on the other side, A1, 2 matches played, just 3 points secured. TRZ as well, 2 done, just 4 points secured. High Voltage, I know it's just the start, but some of the biggest names, High Voltage, Miramar, Seal eSports, IHC on the 17th. We don't see them there very often. We've never seen them there.
I'd say they only played 1 game, but in that 1 game, it was an absolute blunder too. I mean, they looked kind of okay the first game, considering they got a nice trade off on the enemy team, but then later on, the rotation was something that was pretty questionable from the side of IHC, and they got taken down pretty easily. So they will have more upcoming games too to try and prove themselves and try and prove their point. But VENOM Legends 2, with 1 game, they've only found themselves on the 18th spot. As you mentioned, though, A1 eSports, a big big blunder and a sad opening for this team, considering they've played 2 games so far and they have only accumulated 3 points. Is it going to be the similar story throughout the PMPLs that we've been witnessing for A1 Esports, or is it going to be a change? We'll only be able to figure it out in the future. Before now, it seems like a replication of the previous PMPLs.
Yeah, because the next map is going to begin in a few short moments. As you mentioned, Necro, the next one is going to be quite an interesting thing. Sanhok is going to be happening, and Group C is going to be taking an exit. They're going to be sitting down this match and then returning in the last 2. But again, Necro, since you have been getting all these predictions right, who do you think is going to take Sanhok?
Look, I don't want to go with Stalwart over and over again.
Yeah.
But Sanhok is a great map, man. It's really tough to say, honestly, considering with all these roster changes, or at least on day 1, I have not been able to study these teams that well. And Sanhok is a completely different map, right? It's a completely new pace, smaller map, much more aggression compared to all the other maps. So I would say teams that really do great in aggressive standpoint, I'm going to go with IC. You know what? This team has went through a lot of changes recently. This team has added some new or nice fragging power. This team has got a nice upgrade onto their arms as well. So, yeah, IC, their firepower is looking incredible. Now I want to see it in action.
Well, since you're going to go with IHC, I'm going to go with the boys that I was very critical of in the last match. I'm going to go with Skylightz Gaming. I want to see them, again, one of the biggest names Nepal has to offer, the legacy that the lads have, the players as individuals, and Skylightz Gaming as an organization in Nepal has... it's quite big, and it means quite a lot to all the fans that Skylightz Gaming has. I want them to have a strong start in this tournament. I want them to take this 3rd game away today. Otherwise, then for the last 2 matches, in fact, for 1 more game, they're going to be there. They're going to be sitting out 1 match because every team gets 4 per day. It's going to be quite tricky for them to establish themselves as we move forward with this week. Because if you lose or miss out on momentum, especially if you are considered one of the top contenders for the trophy and you're not able to build the momentum on the very first day, then along the lines you find yourself fighting for the middle of the table spot. And I don't think Skylightz Gaming, they fit in the middle of the table. They fit at the top.
Yeah, me too. That's what we think. That's what we've been thinking through the previous PMPL as well. But that was not the case. Skylightz Gaming were not able to fit themselves on the top or against or amongst the top players without a doubt, because DEADEYES guys were the one who was dominating the entire spree in the Nepal. So yeah, this time as well, expectations are going to be the same too. But as I mentioned in the past, as soon as the show started, even DEADEYES guys themselves has went through a lot of changes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Group C is going to be sitting it out. That means TDK, DRSD, Warriors, and TRZ Esports are not going to be seen inside this game. Instead, we have IT back in the fray, Seal Esports, Elementrix, and DAX again. Now, IT is my prediction that I went with. Johnny's went with Skylightz Gaming. The plane fly path, it's not really going to matter. No matter what sort of plane fly path it is, this map is way too small and you will be able to extend yourself wherever you want.
Yeah, exactly. And because of that, third parties are very common on this map of Sanhok. And look at that, always high voltage. This is a drop of theirs as old as time. The 1-3 split on the Camp Alpha Island. But hey, I hear shots being fired. Someone seems to be having an early engagement in this game.
Exactly, and that's what we like. This is what is expected from Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, as A+B Esports all the way down south, 1952 to around that similar vicinity, as we have Elementrix 2 on the left side now, slowly and steadily moving in towards that drop location. Stacks as well near Pine End, or in Pine End we have the players of Raw. One team representing a complete new banner is MABETEX Esports, and they're currently near Pine End. We might just see a little drop clash between them and even Raw, and that's what the case seems like so far. But which one's going to come out on top? So far, we haven't seen any sort of bullets being fired yet, but as soon as these teams, they do start getting complacent around each other, that's going to happen. But Johnny, you got to keep things in mind. Now, Stalwart Esports, they've been looking phenomenal so far. Even TDK, they've been looking phenomenal. TDK is not going to be playing this game, but if these teams start getting way too complacent in the lobby, you start taking the fights you really don't want to.
Yeah, you have to always be extra cautious on your toes. Be wary of where you're running and where you're looking. On our screens are the players of Raw Official in the city of Painan. And we did see MABETEX on the other side.
He just got a level 3 helmet. He's too lucky. I'm never that lucky, Johnny.
Yeah. It's the
I'm never that
first
lucky.
2.5 minutes. He already has it.
The only time I find a level 3 helmet is in drops. That's it. My luck is just screwed up.
Only drops.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Raw on our screens, deciding to take things a little passive this time in this fight.
Yep.
Even eSports, though, surrounding the players in 1952. I love the placement of this side of Avon Esports, but this is way too early. You're not going to have enough amount of ammunition. You're not going to have enough amount of mets to burn through. So 19 Esports, things might just be a little easier as they found the opening of the players of Avon Esports. The player was quite open. What was Hitman thinking?
Yeah, exactly. Hitman went for the high ground just to keep vision of the opposition,
What?
but that backfired as 1952 found the opening and have now, in fact, secured the first blood of the game. All of a sudden, the tables have turned, and now 1952 Esports, they hold all the cards.
A1 Esports, another bad start for the game. But again, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Bad can always be transitioned into good. And there is a chance A1 Esports might just flip things around. We've seen a lot of flipperoos inside this day. And there's definitely a chance we might just see another one. It's a 3-on-4 situation, 1952. Dante's position is going to be quite crucial. The man's on top of the hill, trying to gather as much as info as possible. Definitely will be limited on some ammunition and meds. But it's okay. The 3 players inside the city will try to wrap it up as much as possible. Sinister in the front lines. Koa 2 in the back. Gajor on the right lines. A1 Esports definitely want to just completely engulf the players of 1952, but one man short.
Right. Still trying to commit, still trying to see if they can get a few more picks in this early fight. And 1952 DRW entry. Again, an incredible player, a very well-known name amongst the community. It looks like he knew that Sinister was hiding in the compounds right in front of them, and he was quite eager to secure that point for his team, but they have to also at the same time be extremely careful, because one small mistake and the advantage that they have, it could be nullified in a second.
Talk about nullifying things. This threat is definitely not being nullified yet.
It's a standstill.
MABETEX eSport. Yeah, they've literally gotten 50% of the Pinan in their hands. And it seems like they don't want to move away from this. Again, a 3-1 split can definitely do wonders as long as Wally's able to keep his position anonymous. As soon as Wally's position's known and he's taken out, there's no way the team's going to be able to close up and provide the backup to Wally. So Wally pretty much has to be a gone case if his position's compromised. But for now, Wally's safe. In the backlines, we do see Seal too. But there's not a chance Seal's going to try to close in on this one. MABETEX, though, still looking to find the opening. Same thing goes with the players of TRZ. But TRZ, they're just packed inside this city. They're kind of suffocating in here. They cannot move out because we know outside there's one player from this side of MABETEX who's keeping an eye on the players of Raw. So there's nowhere to go. But I love that cat.
Just sitting there chilling.
Kind of looks like a rat.
How?
The face? No, it doesn't.
It's clearly a cat.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
You need to get your eyes checked again, man.
Listen, man. All right, the face kind of looked like a rat, so yeah.
Just seeing things that do not exist. Necro,
The
that
cat,
can
listen,
actually that can backfire in the game.
Definitely, though. 1952 now. A1 Esports definitely on a move. Look at Dante. He's moved all the way in the back lines now, Johnny. A1 Esports might just suffocate to their own death here. I mean, they've already dug their own grave. It's just, we're just waiting for the players in 1952 to push those players in that grave.
But here's the thing. I believe Hitman thought the same thing a few moments earlier.
No, but
And
Dante is actually prone over there. Hitman was just running on top of those rocks. So yeah, there's a difference, Johnny.
He's eventually going to have to get up to try and take those shots if he wants to force a fight against the players of A1 Esports. And 1952, they're going to have to close in the distance if they want to collapse and finish off A1 and get this fight done with. Because eventually they are on the edge of the circle. The circle is going to move away. They're going to have to move out, and all of that is going to happen. But before that, they need to finish and close this fight. So if Dante is just going to be holding the higher ground, it's just going to be closing out the escape routes for the side of A1 Esports, making sure they do not run away from this entire situation. The other three lads are going to be the one that are going to be forcing or in fact pushing on the players of A1 Esports on the low ground. That means the 4v3 that was supposed to happen has just been cut down to a 3v3.
Oh boy, this camping is definitely
Oh yeah.
quite long lasting. It
Camping
makes a lot of
simulator.
sense too, Johnny. I mean, why do you want to take unwanted risk? Instead, you can just wait out patiently and wait for the enemy to make move and run out of patience.
Yeah.
1952, they realize they have a man advantage, so maybe they can be a little bit more impatient, and it can be slid under the radar unless one silly mistake can give it away. Dante on top of the hill is trying to gather as much as intel as possible. A1 Esports doing a great job keeping their position anonymous, so 1952 is just left guessing.
Well, they are going to be left guessing, and I think they're not going to be... They won't be required to just keep the players of A1 Esports pinned down, because with how Sinister is just holding on to this position, I think he just has drawn the attention of the players of 1952 upon himself, allowing his teammates to take the western edge of the city. So if 1952 get distracted with a push on that one individual, the other two players will have an opportunity to just escape and play for placement points in the later stage of the match. And sometimes even surviving can be very important. Survival is the most important thing, especially on a map like Sanhok, wherein eventually you're going to find yourself in a situation where you only have one option, and that is heal battle.
And I think so that is one of the best things you can do if you found yourself in one of the worst spots possible. Heal battle is literally free points, and they're just waiting for you to accumulate. Slipknot inside the building. His building is getting bombarded with all sort of utilities, but he has DBS in the hands, and you do not want to walk in the line of sight, or you do not want to walk in the fire of DBS. One single bullet will be done. So DBS is always one of the most deadliest weapon inside the game, especially inside close quarters, and especially inside Sanhok. If you remember, Johnny, we've always seen that one player from the side of IHC just using that DBS till the end game moments.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, it's Zal, who is just running around with a DBS, taking down players in the front. That meta is something that everyone really does want to see in action. A1 Esports just got a little glimmer off the player in the front. Entry really does want to move around the house. And now 1952, finally, they're getting way too desperate to take down the players in the front. Slipknot's position might just be compromised. Entry is running out in the open, wants to bait out a couple of shots, but A1 Esports is not falling for that.
I mean, it is just for a split second, but he's running in and out of the line of fire, and Koi is just waiting for the opportunity for Entry to reveal himself, but Sinister is going to be under heavy fire as three players from the side of A1 Esports. They do manage to run into his compound. It is going to be a 1v3 that the man will have to pull off if he wants to survive. And, well, they are going to climb up the stairs. He's cooking up the nade. It's going to be lobbed, but it does. It gets a knock out of nowhere. But that's all he will be able to accomplish. Sinister. Oh, he still survived. Oh, man, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, finally gets taken down. Now it's all down to Koa, the one last man alive, the final glimmer of hope to try and hold down the entire squad together. And he's the only glimmer right here. If he gets taken down in this fight, that's going to be it for the man. Koa outside the vicinity, but they still think he's up on top. But Koa, a surprise might just be coming, trying to astonish the players in 1952. Moves outside, catches a bit too much hurt, and he does not stand a chance against the players in 1952. How are these two teams always catching eyes on each other right off the bat? These two teams fought in Erangel, and now these two teams again fought inside Sanhok. And 1952 has came out on top both of the times. So A1 Esports, this is your call to find a new drop spot.
Also, that fight lasted 12 minutes.
Yeah.
12-minute team fight. Both the teams patiently waiting for each other to make a mistake. And well, in the end, it is going to be 1952 who get the opportunity, in fact, earn the opportunity for themselves to move forward. But on the other side, MABETEX eSports, again, they're not letting go of Raw that easy.
Alright, so you're just scouting out the grounds. Definitely knew though. There is danger! Nice shots connected, WIZZES. But they're instantly gonna fall back now. Vehicle's ready for them to make a quite a crucial rotation. Icy though wraps it around from the back lines. Will shut down 2 players. WIZZES just unknown. And this is why you never underestimate a Mongolian power, because they will strike in from whenever or wherever. IHC, nice opening, 2 players down. It seems like now IHC are looking to conquer the entire WIZZES club here. But Kuwait instantly backs down from that fight, but he catches another fire from Demo. IHC has just surrounded them from all the different directions. There's nowhere to go. Once you step inside that territory, you're a dunzo.
Yeah, definitely. If you are in their shooting range, well, it's within shooting distance, then IHC, these lads will not let you leave. They are going to finish you off, they are going to take their points, and they're going to move forward, go for the next team. Also, I did not expect IC to close in the distance so quickly. I mean, a few moments ago, we saw the damage being traded out between the players of WIZZES Club and the players of IC, but now it is all going to be done and dusted. 4 points easily secured. They made that team fight. It was a quick work for them, for the lads of IHC Esports.
IHC, wow. The presence of mind from their side, just phenomenal. Knowing the vicinity is completely clear. They've scouted out the grounds pretty well. Just spread themselves pretty far away from each other. Surround the entire team of WIZZES perfectly. While one man is able to close in the distance, which is IC. And he shuts down 2 players while they're trying to slip by from a vehicle. Perfectly planned and executed that strategy. And you can only expect something like that from teams like Godlike Stalwart and IHC. These 2 teams, of course, with insane amount of experience. They're able to show themselves up, and we also saw a little glimmer off the firepower, off the big punch IHC packs.
Oh, yeah. And on the other side, we do have MABETEX again on our screen. Start the game from Painan, and now finally, 15 minutes after they dropped on this map, they decide to leave the city. They finally decided to move on as a team, and it's going to be quite interesting to see where, in fact, they are headed, and in fact, where are they going to go now? Because on the high ground right in front of them are the players of IHC who are lining themselves up. In the rear are the players of Godlike Stalwart. So MABETEX Esports, it's not going to be easy rotation for them anytime soon. They will have to be extremely cautious with how they position themselves and what cover positions, in fact, they are moving towards. These open spaces between the compounds that are there, sometimes that is just enough time for their opponent to find the opening knock and then just slam the vehicles into those compounds and finish your entire team right in front of you.
MABETEX finally on a move. They've moved on from their previous crush. And now they want to explore some new things, new opportunities. Ooh. As Raw, they're catching the players of IHC. IHC just stepping inside unknown territories without even just completely exploring it or knowing what's going to be going around. But here we have Liquid from Raw with the DBS trying to close in. Now, this DBS can definitely be quite deadly. You do not want to mess around with it. But finally, we'll fire some shots now. The players of IHC know it's a DBS in his hands. You do not want to mess around with him in close range. Alex and Zell left all by themselves to try and hold this ground down. Now hold this fort down. Raw, they want to breach inside the defense. But I'd see they're not going to let that happen. The defense looks quite strong. Even Zell himself has a DBS in the hand. And I told you, Johnny, Zell, his signature weapon is DBS. And you do not want to mess around with a man whose signature weapon is DBS. But this time, it's going to be Snooky who comes out on top with his DBS. It's the battle of DBSs to find out which one's going to be the greater one. And this time, it's the players of Raw who just dismantle the players of IT.
Well, what a fight right there. And again, the concept of good fights and bad fights coming into play, as a colleague who's not here right now, Ocean, you used to mention. IHC this time a little bit unaware of the fact that the lads of The lads of Raw were waiting for them, and because of that, 2 key players taken out within seconds of the fight starting, Alex and IC, and it was down to Zeol and Demo to make it work for the entire team. Now Demo is going to be the last player surviving, but hey, look at that Necro, 17-minute marker, and IHC, it seems like their plan, that entire game plan was already set in stone before we even started talking about that team fight. 37 first aid on the man. Wow.
Well, there you go. Future proofing. 37 first aids. That means it's going to last forever. But yeah, we still have 14 teams alive though, Johnny. There are a decent amount of teams up. Can never count them out. 37 first aids. Demo is already slowly and steadily using them one after the other. As we have godlike stalwart now. On top of the hill, accumulating intel, as always. Exploring for possible new chances to challenge fights against the opponents that will try to approach them. But as we have high voltage jiggle against the players of 1952 now, high voltage, they want a little bit of piece of that, and they are getting a piece of that too. 1952 on the verge of getting eliminated. As godlike stalwart, they know a threat is approaching them, and it's in the face of Seal.
Well, let's see. Seal eSports again. All the big teams just being completely complacent with checking their surroundings, and one more goes down. The DBS action not slowing down anytime soon from the side of Raw, but in case he has to go for the revives really quickly. Slipknot is the first man arriving to get himself back up, to get himself raised from, well, the almost dead at least. And Raw eSports, they do manage to survive, all thanks to those DBSs that they have, I guess.
Oh boy. It's like a new meta in Sanhok now. Just DBS all over the place. VENOM Legends and John Mara crossing each other's eyes. Gunner moving in quite close, jump boosting his way around, making sure Frackboy's not going to hear even an inch of his footstep. Might have heard it now, and yes, they have. Ripson 2 now starting to close in. VENOM Legends, they realize now a threat is way too close for comfort. They cannot stay quiet anymore. Frackboy finds one gunner taken down. Galson as well, moving in close. Galson 2 gets taken down, and what just happened? Tables flipped. VENOM Legend on the verge of getting taken down. No Fear as well is barely surviving on a sliver of health. Now the rest of the pack of VENOM Legend closes in. No Fear, he's feeling all sort of fear now. M4 in the hand, trying to shut down the players in the front, but a bit too close for comfort. VENOM Legend will put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, what an easy finish for them in the end. The man, No Fear, had in fact pinned himself down into that corner, and he knew the 2 players were going to come for him eventually, and they ran towards him knowing it was an easy takedown. So the points secured by the lads from VENOM Legends. But look at this action. He's going to lay down on the ground, seeing the players of DAX. One knock is going to be very easy for him to start things off, but can he get the next 2? DAX in a world of hurt, as Assault in fact manages to make it to the land and does manage to survive on the other side. Raw, they're not going to be too happy about this. They started the game quite nicely, but now Raw, they're going to start, they have started to struggle a little bit. Their feet, they are slipping.
Indeed are slipping. Dax too. They're suffocating underneath the water. They cannot stay underneath the water anymore. The Spike X is back upon his feet. Incus, if he gets a little bit of piece of land underneath his foot, he can just take down the players in the front. Those are free elimination points, Johnny. But Dax, they're trying to climb up. They do not want to give those points away. Para wants to get the loot in his hands too, but unfortunately gets taken down while trying to do so. Incus found himself behind that little rock. Is he spotted out? Not yet. Finally will be spotted out and instantly shut down. Spike will follow it up too. Dax now, unfortunately, on the shore. It seems like that's going to be it for them too. Yep, Dax could not stand a chance against the firepower that was being inflicted onto them. It was the players of Raw combined with the players of godlike Stalwart. And we have DEADEYES, guys, Joker! A little peek is going to be more than enough for Pika to capitalize, and the head's going to be cut off.
All hell breaks loose in an instant on Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, as we're seeing bodies drop left, right, and center. And one big reason for that are the players of godlike Stalwart. 8 finishes secured. Look at that. He's not going to let anyone survive. Doesn't matter if you're a person or you're a seal.
Doesn't matter. Nate's gonna be top. Lot's not gonna find anything, but the points are definitely finding their mark. Ripson goes down. He gets ripped apart in the water. And VENOM Legends too stand no chance, stand no ground against the firepower of godlike Stalwart. Because they are just shredding through the lobby like they're butchers.
How this game is going to come to its eventual conclusion. But like Stalwart Beaker having full information of where DE True Love was going to be. An easy knock secured, but now godlike Stalwart, they're going to have to focus on their own rotation as Chari has gone for a revive on his teammate Joker, and Joker is going to be back on his feet, but they don't have any breathing room available upon them. If Stalwart Esports, they've made it to the shoreline, but Action is going to get taken down by Joker, who has managed to heal up in the nick of time, joins the team fight, and helps his teammate out a little.
Assassin jump boosting his way in now. High voltage position still not compromised. Assassin's position known! Elementrix want to strike in on the right moment, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Assassin, he gets snuffed out. Elementrix, a nice trade onto the fallen man. Assassin instantly will be taken out from the game. High voltage on the verge of getting eliminated. DE2 now catching a bit of more fire onto themselves. It's godlike Stalwart inflicting some more pain and hurt. Scry will be taken down from the play zone. Uh-oh, godlike Stalwart, not an outing they definitely were looking out for, but still a great finish. Anyways, DEADEYES guys, one player was knocked out, now he will be back upon his feet. Elementrix 2 have a really nice control for themselves. All across the field, well spread out. The only team that can be a possible big threat here is of course DEADEYES guys, because that's the only team alive.
Well, they are going to be the only team alive, but I guess this is going to be it. Elementrix, it's going to be quite easy for them to close this out. Shawl has the UMP, his teammates right behind him, and well, it is an easy chicken dinner for the lads of Elementrix, and who would have thought that this is going to happen in the second game of the day, and they managed to make it to the top 3, 20 points secured, just 5 eliminations. But you know, aggression is not always the answer to everything. Sometimes you have to be patient and just wait for the opportunity and strike when the iron gets hot, and that is what Elementrix are extremely good at.
Elementrix, definitely a performance you need on the first day, and they also pull it off in Sanhok. And we know, man, Johnny Sanhok has always been the map of variety. On Sanhok, you always see a team that is usually, I mean, they are capable of doing good, but unfortunately in those sort of maps, they're not able to pop off. But in Sanhok, Sanhok gives them an opportunity to try and showcase themselves in a better way, and that's what exactly happens. Variety being seen within the top dogs, and now finally you see Elementrix shine through.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. One of the major reasons for that is the fact that Sanhok is one of the most random maps in the game. I mean, had Vacandy been here, I would have said something else, but since that is not going to happen anytime soon, I guess, we are going to be with just the Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok circles. But Sanhok, again, as I mentioned, the most RNG that is just going to destroy your hopes and dreams of winning a match. It's going to happen right here. The circle, they always are going to go for those weird hard shifts. If not the hard shifts, then there is always the Camp Alpha shift towards the northwestern part of the map. That is just going to destroy the game plans, because crossing those bridges, crossing the river like we just saw, it is a big challenge for everyone. And also the size of the map, as you mentioned in the start of the game, it's quite small. That means if you are in an extended team fight, like we did see in the extremely early stages of the game, the 12-minute extended team fight between the players of A1 Esports in 1952, imagine someone being close to them. They are just going to run in that direction head on, knowing that the players are going to be bleeding out, and they can secure so many points in just a matter of seconds without taking a lot of risk. So third partying in Sanhok becomes very easy for the teams, and that is something that you have to be careful about. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what the standings are going to look like, because the teams that were finishing, the teams that were getting the placement points, aren't the same teams that were getting those eliminations necessarily.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of teams' expectations were there, but they're still not able to perform that great. Elementrix, they were able to shine through, but they only got 5 elimination points. That means only 20 points accumulated. One thing is for sure that Elementrix might not be seen in the top 3, but they will definitely be there in top 8 or top 9. But Elementrix overall still a decent performance, and these type of chicken dinners on day 1 should boost your confidence quite a lot. Should boost your overall mentality quite a lot too, because ladies and gentlemen, being an esports athlete is not easy. You already have a lot of pressure on your mental. You already have a lot of things going on inside the game that affects your mentality. And not just that, how can you forget about their personal life? Even in personal life, there might just be things going on which you don't know. It's really easy for us to sit here and pass comments because you never know what's going on in that player's personal life. So all I'm going to say is do not hate. Just sit here, enjoy the show, and cherish every single player that's playing it.
Exactly, and support your favorite team. If you do not like someone, you don't necessarily have to wait. Just show love to the person that you do in fact like, and support your favorite team, support your favorite individuals, ladies and gentlemen. But I guess sometimes you just have to be an absolute gangster to prove a point, just like this man did right here. 4 eliminations, just 20 minutes of survival time. But hey, I mean, points were secured, and VENOM Legends at one point were looking very solid in this matchup.
Exactly, they definitely were, and the healing down of 244 as well. I want to see what the player of IT has got. How much healing has he got? Demo right there. He had 37 first aids, and he was just going for the med strat till the end. Action, as always, will be there in the player focus as we see Action with 3 elimination points and the damage number of 483, and with the survival time of 22:47. Entry there from 1952. Johnny, we gotta say, Entry has stepped things up a big ton this time. I mean, overall, the 1952 squad is doing wonders.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing wonders indeed. And Entry, I have been talking about this man for so long. He is an incredibly mechanically gifted player. We have been seeing him for ages, and he has managed to be consistent throughout those ages, in fact. So he is one of those players that you can build your team fights around. And it's going to be quite important for the squad of 1952 to realize that fact and let this man just play on the best of his abilities. On the other side, the 1952, that entire fight, I mean, the A1... A1 eSports situation, they handled that perfectly though. That's all they could have done over there. On the other side, match summary, we do see Scry with the highest elimination, Gangster sitting on the 2nd position with 4, and I guess the damage numbers are going to be the reason because of that, because of which Gangster was in fact deemed the MVP of the game. But moving forward, the match rankings, Elementrix sitting on the 1st position with 20 points secured, which is, I have to say, as you mentioned, it's not something that is going to break their hearts, but it is going to be it is going to make them happy. 20 points is a good average for them.
It is. It definitely is. And as I mentioned, I mean, this sort of a chicken dinner, it's just the start of the day, Johnny. I mean, you've just been done with 3 games yet. I mean, it's just the start of the tournament, my bad. And you've only played 3 games so far. And Elementrix, this sort of a chicken dinner is not something to prove yourself on top of every single team. This is a chicken dinner that you really need to boost your confidence up for the entire PMPL that's going to be upcoming.
Yeah, definitely. And it is also going to be about the South Asia Championship. That's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Like, right after this. Right after this. So, I mean, it's a little bit of prep work for the teams that do, in fact, expect to make it. And for the other teams, it is going to be just about fighting their way through the SA Championship. But hey, as we said, this is how the match started. A1 Esports, 1952. The fight started within the first 2 minutes, and it came to an end at exactly the 12-minute, I believe. Yeah, 12-minute 3-second marker right there.
Exactly, but this fight execution definitely has impressed me a big time. IHC, they found a little window of opportunities and they instantly capitalized on it. Spread themselves pretty well, completely surrounded the team in the front, which was WIZZES club, and they could not stand a chance. Well, we saw IC closing in quite close, and WIZZES had no clue that IC is going to be right next to him. And IC just striked in like a venomous snake, and he just shut him down. As High Voltage Assassin tried to flip things around here, but unfortunately, it was the only man available at that moment. Elementrix, a final sweep up to get the chicken dinner, which was the players of Godlike Stalwart. But yeah, again, some easy cleanup. That's it. Or which was the player of Deadeye's Guys, my bad. But Deadeye's Guys, still a decent outing from their side.
Well, it is going to be quite interesting to see what DE are going to be up to in the next few matches. Because again, Deadaye's guys, as you mentioned before we started off the day, Necro was the same team that was just on a highway to hell, basically, and just dragging everyone else along with them, just to toss them in the fires of perdition. But this time, off to a slow start. But I believe the recovery is going to happen very, very quickly. But look at that overall rankings, and we do see the usual suspects sitting at the top. Godlike Stalwart on the first position as always. Some things never change.
Some things never change, or some things will probably
change.
No, I was about to say some things will probably never ever change. But yeah, Godlike Stalwart are right there. But there is a possibility, yes, some things will probably change. Deadeye's guys currently in the second spot. Now keep this in mind, Johnny. Deadeye's guys, they have been on the second spot even in the previous PMPL. If the similar sort of story is going to be replicating over here, then Deadeye's guys, they will need to start eyeing out for the first spot. I mean, imagine, right? I mean, I was casting PMPL North America in the past, and I remember these words Hot Jukes always used to say. He used to say the second team is way much more mad than the team that is last.
Yeah.
Because you have everything to lose being on the second spot. You're so close to winning, but you're still not able to get it.
I mean, so, you know, there was an analogy that was told to me every single time, like growing up. Everyone remembers who came first. No one is going to remember if you are going to be second. And
that is true. Yeah.
That being a competitive athlete, that stings you. It pokes you every single time you think about it. You look at the standing, you see yourself getting that silver medal instead of the gold, and you want to secure the trophy even more the next time around. For DE, it's going to be the same thing. They want to take on the challenge. They want to prove that they are, in fact, they deserve to be the champions of South Asia. And they do have what it takes as well. So it's just a matter of time before it happens.
Yeah. Or maybe sometimes you just got to be a gangster and just steal it.
Just like our man Gangster from VENOM Legends.
Yeah, exactly. He stole the limelight for that game. But now the rest of the schedule for the day, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more games remain. Miramar and Erangel in front of us. 4th and 5th game, where Group B is going to be sitting it out this time, and Group C will be back in action.
Yep, Group B. They are going to be sitting this one out, as I said, and they're going to be back in the last game. Teams from Group A, though, this is going to be their last game for the day. They're not going to be playing the last Erangel. That's going to be there, ladies and gentlemen. But again, Necro, it's time for... Who do you think is going to win that game?
Who do I think is going to win?
Yeah.
Oh, man, stop. Just stop, man. You go first, please. Listen, all right? I've been going first throughout the day. It's your time now.
Alrighty. I believe, as you mentioned, you took the example of DE, Deadeye's guys. I think Stalwart Esports, they are floating in a similar boat because they had the numbers advantage in this particular match. They were almost there. They could feel the chicken dinner as well, but then all of a sudden, not anticipating how quickly Joker was going to heal up and just be there for his team. It was the reason where DE were able to take them out. So this time around, I think, again, because it is a Miramar as well, Stalwart Esports, Godlike Stalwart, I'm going to go with them.
So basically a safer option over here, huh, Johnny? As always, just going with the safer
I'm old,
option.
man. My days of taking risks are done.
You're not that old, Johnny. You're still pretty young. Come on, stop calling yourself old. All right, but anyways, if you went with Stalwart, that means I don't need to be with Stalwart, because whichever team you go with, you end up cursing them. So I'm gonna go with IT.
Stop reminding people of that.
This has happened a lot of times, guys. Listen, all right. It's not like I'm hating on Johnny, but this is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right? It's from the past. Johnny's had like a little. He has had like a little resume of cursing teams whenever he chooses them. So I'm not gonna go with Johnny this time. I'm gonna go with the complete opposite. I'm gonna go with ITC, and I'm gonna see what they've got in the back in this one, because this is a Miramar game, and ITC, I'm still waiting for them to activate themselves.
Yeah, I mean, ITC, they're a great team. I mean, even I think the ITC is gonna win.
Yo, you cannot just change your prediction like that.
I was just waiting to see what you were gonna, how you were gonna react. But all right. I'll stick with Godlike Stalwart. I believe in the lads. I know they can deliver. I mean, the previous Miramar was pretty intense from their end.
Okay, all right. If God like Stalwart doesn't win, you guys know who to blame right here. The man is, you guys know, he's the man to blame over here. But yeah,
He didn't make me
IHC
pick
is
IHC.
the thing that I went. But Johnny, you know, speaking of
Yeah.
all this tournament, man, and speaking of how we're looking absolutely fine, right? And where did you get those glasses from? I'm looking to buy some new pair for myself.
No, I didn't buy them. I just yanked them off a punch. I saw him wearing it, took them off, started wearing them. That's it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. As you said, sometimes you have to be
Yeah.
a gangster in life.
But the problem is, I cannot slip under the radar. I'm too big. So, stealing from me cannot work. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, enough of the banner. I'm pretty sure the game's going to be starting soon because this one is going to be Miramar. And here we go, the plane fly path in front of us. And this is going to be the second last game of the day as Group B is going to be sitting it out this time. And Group C will be back in action.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting. Oh, the plane path again, as you mentioned, quite close to the city of Los Leones. But also, I feel the exact opposite of what we saw in the last Miramar that we witnessed. So Skylightz Gaming, they're just going to go towards La Cabrera, starting the game off of there. But early stages, Dax, an opportunity for redemption presents itself as, again, a collision with Raw is going to happen. But this time, they would like to win this early game fight for themselves.
They definitely would like to, but the problem here is that the plane fly path is heavily favoring the left side of the map. That means Miramar is not a map you can easily extend your way towards the place you want to be in. That means teams will need to now, or at least the teams that do want to go towards El Azhar or even Torre Amuda, they will need to stop by somewhere in the middle, scout for some vehicles, and then they will need to go towards their designated drop spot.
Well, but let's see. Sometimes you have to just adapt on the fly and deal, or in fact play with the cards that have been dealt to you. God like Stalwart quite close to the players of Elementrix. DRS not too far away from them. T2K, Jan Mara also playing in the same vicinity, but a massive cluster towards Los Leones and Puerto Palacio, as we do have MABETEX, VENOM Legends, and the WIZZES club team in Los Leones. VENOM Legends moving towards Impala now. Seal eSport, they have gone for their drop towards Puerto Palacio. 1952, look at that. Now that is capitalizing on the moment. They saw a circle towards the southern part of the map and they realized that that Los Higos prison position, it is always abandoned. They have those entire two islands all for theirs for the taking, and since the circle is not too far away, it's going to be a very easy rotation for them.
Indeed, it's going to be an easy rotation. But again, we have DE Warriors underneath us on the left side near Chumacera.
Yep.
Then you've also got TRZ all the way in Valle del Mar. This proves that TRZ is one of those teams that does not like to engage in fights early off. That's why they've got themselves a drop spot that is way far away from the main city. Incus from the side of Raw. And we have Dax as well against the players of Raw inside the same city, which is El Pozo, if I'm not mistaken. And these two teams, they definitely have crossed eyes. El Pozo, again, is one of those big cities where two teams can easily loot, but there's a big chance that they might as well just counter each other.
Well, let's see. Dax deciding to back off the Swalt. He has quite a lot of distance between him and the players from the side of Raw. Battle God right behind Assault to provide at least some sort of cover fire if the worst comes to worst. But Raw, their plan looks quite similar as well, as we do see Liquid quite far away from his teammates. And he is going to try and close the distance, try and be there for his team as quickly as possible. On the other side, they will have to be a little bit wary of how they're going to move into the circle, because in a few short moments, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be moving south. They did land towards the La Cabrera position, but as soon as they get towards the crater field, and to be a little bit more precise, the southern mountain of the crater field area, Dax and Raw, for them to rotate into the circle, it's going to be a pain if Skylightz Gaming make it there.
I mean, Skylightz Gaming is like a second name of pain, right? In general, I'm speaking. If Skylightz Gaming is around you, one thing you know for sure, Skylightz Gaming is one of those teams that does not like to encounter you directly.
Yeah.
But instead, they will like to chip you away. By that, I mean, mainly Skylightz Gaming, they will not push up to you just like that. They will first chip you down, they will make you fall on your knees first, and then they will go with their finishing move.
Well, let's see. Raw on our screens, having avoided the collision, the drop clash with the players of DAX, are going to be quite happy being allowed to loot for free now in the city of El Pozo. It is going to be completely under their control. DAX on the other side, their neighbors have gone for an early rotation. They've managed to find an easy entry inside of the circle and are moving towards the center, which is going to be quite tricky since Jan Mara are just smack in the center of the circle, holding on to their position. MABETEX MABETEX eSport on our screens right now, just looking to exit the city of Los Leones, and this team is not going to be in too much trouble for quite a while in this matchup. They have an urban area that's under that's inside the circle, and it's a massive, massive city. The city of Los Leones. You have a lot of land to work with, a lot of cover available to work with. So you can spend your own sweet time. Just be patient, get the early loot, and then just play for survival. Play for points. Let the other teams make mistakes and fight it out. Let the numbers dwindle down, and then capitalize.
Johnny, what sort of person are you? Are you a patient person or are you like an aggressive person?
IRL, no. In certain games, I tend to be a little too aggressive for my own good. In the other games, like in Battle Royale, you have to understand the objective. It is to survive, and I will do anything to survive.
So
I'm gonna bait you
you're
to survive.
you're basically saying that you are a patient person.
Yep.
Okay. In IRL, you're not.
Yep.
Okay. But we have IC now on our screens, as DAX as well. Both of these teams have spotted each other out. DAX, they have a nice 3-1 split, as one player is a little far away from them. And while the rest three, they are inside a compound. As long as they're inside the circle and they have a decent compound, that's all that matters. DAX now, they haven't had a good history. But they're here to rename the history. They're here to name, or they're here to carve their names on the walls of history, this time inside the PMPL. And hopefully they've learned something from their previous experience.
Well, let's see if they can put it to use in this game and secure the win for themselves, because that is what the moment right now needs from this team, needs from the players to secure the win. On the other side, for a second, I thought IHC, they were going to get sandwiched between the players of DW, there was DE Warriors, and the players of DAX, because they were rotating, and they are still looking to surround the players of DAX and just try and see if they can cut off the rotation for the next zone shift that is going to happen. But now DAX just being completely patient, not letting go of their position. Assault just a little bit further away from his team is going to go on the other side of the ridge, make sure it's going to be clear, and then the entire team is going to start moving out. On the other side, 1952, having gone on a trip towards Los Higos, have finally returned to the main island and are now slowly and steadily moving up north towards the city of Los Leones.
DAX here. Again, right now is going to be the phase where you just find yourself a compound, settle it down peacefully, don't really move a lot, and that's what DAX is doing. Scouting out the grounds around them, they've realized they've got a gold mine in their hands, or they've got a golden piece of land in their hands, so they don't really need to give it away like that. TDK on top of this hill. Things looking quite good for them. Unfortunately, in the previous game, though, previous couple of games, TDK definitely have not looked good. But in the first game, they got the chicken dinner, and that's something that is really holding them up on top of the board so far. But they need a banger of a performance yet again.
Well, you do need, as you mentioned, a banger of a performance. They do need it before the day comes to an end. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait till tomorrow to make it happen. And once again, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, 5 matches today. This is match number 4 of PMPL South Asia. Day number 1, the second last game of the day. T2K Legend just moving around quite nicely with his buggy, just traversing the terrain, trying to see if he could spot someone out. We do have the first airdrop on our screens with the AUG. The level 3 kit is going to be there, the vest, the backpack, and the helmet, along with the 8X. So the AUG on Miramar, well, we did see it in action in the first match in the hands of an individual, but the 8X does become quite important because, after all, we do see a lot of sniping and DMR action on this particular map. It is going to be quite open the entire time you're going to be playing out in the desert. Legend, I guess he did take a few shots from the opposition while he was just trying to clear out the positions, but now he has decided to back off.
They indeed have. TDK now. All 4 players up and alive. So far, we haven't witnessed a single piece of action, but finally, as I say that, we finally do see an elimination following it up on the board. 1 player's knocked out. Legend as well is taken down a bit low, as Laser's going to be able to get away with his life in one piece. TDK, they really wanted to take him down, but unfortunately, the Weekle's going to be a little quick. Laser, though, now is finally being pinned behind that buggy. Has nowhere to go. Sundesh has got his sight locked on the player. He's quite low, too, but he needs to patch himself up, and that's what he's going to do. Patches himself up. Back on 70% HP. But Laser is not safe just yet. That buggy is not going to provide him that good of a cover.
Yeah. Well, Laser is just a sitting duck at this point, not a Laser anymore, as it is just not a question of if it's going to happen. It is a question of when will this man be taken out. But Sandesh, he is backing off as the rest of the squad from the side of VENOM Legends were moving in from the rear. Laser is finally going to be dropped to his knees, and since we do know the rest of the team of VENOM Legends is going to be quite far away from him, the chances of him getting a revive, they're going to be none too slim. But let's see. TRZ, Mamba knocked out. Atomic is going to smoke off from where he is going to go, from how he's from the rotation that he's going to take towards his team. But eSport, they move in a little bit too quickly, and TRZ, I guess, they are just going to lose more bodies in this team fight.
Indeed, well, TRC still, though, on a move, out in the open. They've spotted out the players of Seal. Trades are definitely happening back and forth. Bullets are being exchanged. So is the damage. Spooky finds himself inside the house.
Oh!
Oh, does not really care about the sidelines. This is where the team synergy is a little lacking. The communication problems was not really able to communicate that properly. And what an opening from the side of Seal. This is the window of opportunity Seal really needed to capitalize on. And it's being given away now as Rare will be taken down. Mad Cat might just be the next to follow it up, but Kese will step away.
Well, right in the nick of time, he managed to save himself. TRZ, they're going to be down to the last 2 remaining players. Atomic, his position has been compromised, and Farad, he's going to go for a push, go wide and circle around to try and pick off this lad, while Spooky has him pinned out in the open. But look at this, Atomic taking a lot of damage. The Mini 16 in his hand, also doing the same to this opposition, but he is surrounded from every single side. And Zeke, he's just going to close in, lob the nade, pick him off, making Mad Cat the last surviving player from the side of TRZ.
Seal. Zeke is definitely taken down to half HP. But again, it's completely okay. Seal, they've got 3 elimination points on their name. TRZ, they have no other option than to just run away from this fight. And that's what they're exactly going to do. Final man with no choice left will need to run away for his life. But Seal, a great way to defend yourself. But now Zeke finds himself in the middle of nowhere as 1952. They're here to take a revenge. And unknown revenge off the team in the front. TRZ was able to escape, but 1952, they heard the shots and they came in for a third party. But now they themselves are getting third party by WIZZES club.
I mean, it is going to be, that's what I was going to say, like, the third party is happening on Miramar. I've never seen them come this quickly, particularly in this particular map. Skylightz Gaming on the other side taking on the players of Elementrix, and I wish we could see the map on our screens in a few short moments, because there's a massive cluster of teams on Picardo right now, Necro. We have Elementrix just north towards the power grid area, Skylightz Gaming in the same position as well. Then towards Picardo, we have the players from Janmara, we have the players of Seal Esports, we have IHC, we have DAX, we have the teams closing in from Los Leones that are going to make it towards the southeastern edge of the circle. And it is going to be quite interesting to see how, and in fact, where are these lads headed towards, and how are they going to protect themselves?
Elementrix on our screens. So far, playing things pretty passively. I'd see. What just happened? He just... Okay, Action's alive, but he was catching a bit of hurt. Top is in the clotheslines too, so Action, nothing's to worry about. Top and Action duo has always been one of the most deadliest duos out there. Even if Stalwart Esports, they just have these two players up and alive. You can always consider still Stalwart as a four-man army, because these two players, they're as good as a four-man squad.
Well, as you said, these two lads, they're going to be as good as a squad, but the squad that's chasing them down, what if they have been trained to kill? And that's the question, because T2K, quite close to the players of Stalwart Esports, and neither of these teams have avoided each other in any fight. They have been going at it for, I believe, 3 seasons now. And this time, God like Stalwart, they're going to prioritize the fact that they did not have any cover. They were out in the open. And oh, look at this! Jane and Sandesh rotating quite close to the players of VENOM Legends. But both the squads decided to go their own merry way and just avoid getting in a very weird fight outside in the blue zone.
IHC found themselves a nice comp and to play around with, but unfortunately now it's WIZZES Club knocking on their doors, around them, pretty close to them as well. WIZZES Club want a bit more off the players of IHC. Previously, IHC wiped them out, but this time, is it going to be the similar sort of case or not? WIZZES Club looking to get their revenge on the players of IHC. IHC with only 3 players in the front lines. We'll need to try and defend the fort. But IHC as well, they're playing this pretty well. Patience is the name of the game for them, and they're playing it phenomenally. What just happened there? Is he trying to push his own teammate?
Well, let's see the... Oh, wow. WIZZES Club, they're going to be part of the action against the players of IHC. IHC is going to be dropped down to his knees. Now WIZZES Club, they're going to go for a push. Zero, he's going to be waiting for them in this compound. A nade in his hand being cooked right now. And, well, WIZZES Club, they are going to be holding off the aggression for a few moments as well. They do not want to risk running into this compound outnumbered and be taken out for just being too over-eager in committing to the action. But while they were waiting patiently, I see the backlines has gotten revived, but the push is going to come eventually, and Zeol is going to be taking care of things as he does manage to secure 1 knock and make this fight, well, a little bit more manageable for his other 2 teammates.
He indeed does, as WIZZES Club now, they're going to be on the move too. Red's still knocked out. He's catching a bit too much damage outside the blue. But can they go for the res in the Fallen Man? They definitely aren't going to give it a shot. Or no, maybe that's not going to be the option. Yeah, now the blue zone's going to start to chunk out damage. You cannot afford to stay outside the zone anymore. IHC with still 2 players inside the zone. I like the proactiveness from the side of IHC. Did realize things are falling apart quite badly, so they needed to make it inside the circle. IHC is going to mow him down. We'll collect the final 2 players, being the sweepers of the lobby, sweeping away the players in the front. Now IHC, they're going to switch their targets over on other team. They're also getting shot at from the right lines, which is the players of MAB. And they are looking to potentially blow the vehicle up. IC has nowhere to go. The only cover available for that man is the buggy right there. But he also wants to go for the Fallen Man, which is right underneath. Does he want to go for the odds? Does he want to get the Fallen Man back up? Is it possible? He's running out of HP. And yep, Alex will finally be confirmed.
Well, it's a dire situation for the lads of IHC, from being the hunters to the ones being hunted. IHC not a lot left to do. IC is going to blow up the tire of the buggy, using it as cover, but Problem is the fact that MABETEX, they know where he's hiding. They're going to keep waiting for him to just pop his head, and then they're going to take them out. Look at Wally. He's slowly and steadily closing the distance as well. Oh, but from the rear, the shots arrive, and Janmara, well, hello. And Wally backs off.
MABETEX on our screens. DEADEYES Warriors too. They're somewhere in the top 10 in the overall rankings. Definitely 4 new faces doing pretty okay so far. Something we'd like to see from the newcomers, and they are delivering it. Elementrix now stepping in an unknown territory and will be welcomed with open arms as Giant Mara will shut down the player. Elementrix, now they exactly know. They have the info, but at what cost? Losing out on 2 of the players. Now it's all down to Precious and Bishal. But these 2 players can make some wonders happen, definitely. But going for the fallen player will not be the wiser option here. Uta is still trying to fall back. Maybe there's a chance they can try to get the fallen man up. They can get the fallen man a helping hand, but again, as I mentioned, it will definitely be a gamble. Giant Mara stepping in the territory of TDK. TDK spot him out. Instantly shots were taken. Galzon was taken down way too low. Giant Mara with the 3-man squad still causing a lot of mayhem in the lobby.
20 minutes in, 12 teams still surviving. Dax taking his exit on the 13th position as they did fall down to the hands of the E Warriors. But look at this, Janmara, no fear, just having no fear, as the name says. Peeks the ridge, sees the players from the side of MABETEX, and well, does find a wonderful opening for his team. A nade being lobbed right in the dip is just going to keep MABETEX on their toes as they are going to try to go for a revive on Liquid. And Baron is going to try and climb the ridge, but the nades, the utility usage from the players of Janmara, causing a lot of hurt to the players of MABETEX. And well, Elementrix, Precious, he's not going to be able to survive. Well, he does survive, in fact, takes the players of MABETEX and Janmara down. Elementrix being able to handle the pressure quite nicely this time around.
And that's what you're supposed to do, being a professional player, and he's done it perfectly. Elementrix Precious is down low. Bishal tosses in a nade, and that lob's going to be quite nice too. Chips down the players quite low. DW now in the front lines. Precious instantly switching the targets in the front. DEADEYES Warriors is not an easy target to mess around with. Precious, one small move, one small mistake will cost you your life, but that nade's gonna find a knockout, the opening that he really was looking out for. One more nade, and he might just find the second one, but unfortunately, threat now is gonna start to close in, even from the back lines. Bishal will need to try and support his player in the front, but Jane in the kill feed, you see, with the bolt action, finds some nice headshots, is cracking some skulls open. Precious now realizes he's being surrounded, he's being sandwiched even from the back. He needs to make a move.
Oh!
This is a do-or-die moment, but the nade, it's gonna seal it.
Ooh, that one has to hurt right in the face, the nade popped. And well, sometimes you know, no matter what you do, you are not going to make out of this situation alive, just like Galton right about now runs into the entire team of Stalwart Esports, and well, he's going to be destroyed in seconds.
Indeed is. Godlike Stalwart looking pretty comfortable inside this one. Power grid. The circle is closed in. Can we call this an urban finish?
No.
No, right?
It's,
Power grid
yeah,
is not.
it's not a city.
Technically, yeah, it's not. But there's still enough amount of cover to hide around.
There is cover, but it's still not a city.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You know, well, I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. But yeah, Giant Mara getting taken down at 7th spot. DE Warriors up against the players of Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming definitely, with the way they're approaching this battle, is quite nice. But another challenge will be here is to make it inside the next circle. And the Guardian Angels off the circle on that side is Godlike Stalwart. Not an easy opponent.
Well, let's see. 5 teams remaining. 16 players still alive. Moving to the 7th circle of the game. Skylightz Gaming still 4-man strong. Raw. They're going to have to figure out a way to deal with the players of Godlike Stalwart and the players of Skylightz Gaming. And they're doing a brilliant job in that, in the sense that SG and STE, they're fighting amongst themselves. Nima taken out from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Mafia Ninja was already finished off a few moments earlier, so it's down to AJ and Mr. Boro. The responsibility to secure the points for their team. And what a nade from AJ. Securing a knockback. Well, he does get traded out instantly.
Yeah, that's not a good news for the side of Skylightz Gaming, considering they now need to be hustling and bustling as quick as possible. They have not a lot of info gathered in this sort of a vicinity. Mr. Boro is going for the res on the fallen players. So Skylightz Gaming, for now, they are okay. They also have a nice ridge, and one thing they know is that there's no way to be flanked or even be backstabbed. Skylightz Gaming, backs are clear. The next circle is going to shift a little bit closer to the players, so godlike stalwart. Maybe they are just barely inside the circle too, but now the players that are in the outskirts, they will now need to start closing in on Power Grid, and that's when we're going to see an absolute hell break loose, Johnny.
Well, let's see though. As you said, all hell is about to break loose. Legend, we did see him keeping an eye on the players of DRS. Gyante, he's going to have to cross that distance from that small little shack to where his teammates are. Rules, Delta, and Killer. But will he be able to make it? Oh, Legend now. His position is going to be revealed. In T2K, the advantage, the element of surprise that they had in this fight, it's all gone.
Talk about element of surprise, though. DRS, they've all the 4 players up. They're also slowly and steadily moving in from the right side. Unfortunately, the players are raw. They're being spotted. One goes down, which is Liquid. Second might just follow it up, but no. Now the sight lines are being switched on the players of Skylightz Gaming. AJ shut down. The rest 2 players are still up and alive. They're trying to wrap around from the side. But is that going to be a possibility or not? Because there is another team in the sidelines too. We saw DRS. Skylightz Gaming, there's threat lingering all over the place. It's do or die moment. You guys will have to fight to get a better positioning.
Well, let's see how good of a position they can get themselves into, though. As top, he's going to have to be extremely careful with how they approach this fight. Actions Cry and top 3 players remaining. Oh no, Slipknot. He's stuck out in the open, but on the other side, they talk about being out in the open and still being pretty deadly. Skylightz Gaming, Mr. Boro and Nima, they're not looking to stop. Oh no!
Oh! Wow! What a Molotov on Killer
No.
IT.
Yeah. For a second, I thought it just dropped right upon him.
No. There's a Molotov from the players of Skylightz Gaming. But look at him slowly and steadily on the edge lines. Oh, Slipknot, the trigger discipline. He's waiting for the right moment to strike. Action finds it, though. Will shut down the man at the front. Jane goes down instantly. Will get the confirmation flowing too. Godlike Stalwart with the 3 players alive. Still just causing chaos and mayhem inside the lobby. Slipknot finally decides to strike. Gives away his position a bit too early. And will be shut down by the final player, Skylightz Gaming. He saved the day.
Well, but let's see. It is going to be quite interesting to see who wins this game. Stalwart eSports still in this. More like Stalwart 3-player remaining. T2K just down to the 2. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be down to the last surviving player. And as you said, they are still in this. But it is going to be down to this 3v2 situation. Legend and Sandesh. And well, Legend, his position is revealed, but that was just a bait. Top. His HP is going to be taken away from him. He's there with just about 10% HP bar left. Does use the first aid, but the utility coming in from the side of the players of Godlike Stalwart. It should be enough to take down Legend and his teammate. And look at that action.
Wow.
The nade takes down the first, and now there's just one more man remaining. Sandesh taking damage from the blue, just trying to heal up for as long as possible. But yes, as you said, it is done and dusted now as Stalwart, ladies and gentlemen, Godlike Stalwart, in fact, are the winners of match number 4, day number 1.
Johnny, you should put this in your resume for the first time. In PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022, you have not cursed a team.
Yes,
You've made the right prediction.
It is Godlike Stalwart. You just can't curse them, man.
That is true, yeah. It's no matter what. Any sort of power in the world will never stop the domination that this team brings in. Even Johnny's curse was stopped easily by Godlike Stalwart, getting themselves in the first overall standing. I mean, they were at the first even after the previous game, but now they are just gaining a big lead over and over again. Now, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to have a nice, suitable lead after the day 1, imagine the amount of points that will be accumulated at the end of the week.
I mean, we expected them to win the very first game, but the first game was not that. Was not there. Apart from that, every single match, the Miramar that happened, match number 2, the Sanhok match number 3, and this Miramar as well, they have just been phenomenal and very consistent. But the problem over here, Necro, is that they're not going to be playing the next game, the last game of the day, the Erangel. They're going to miss out on it.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to be playing the last game. Yeah, they play inside Group A, and in the final game, Group A is going to be sitting it out. So it's okay, guys. But still, what we have is a lot much more action continuing right after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, and of course, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, match number 4, in fact, just ended a few moments ago. We are going to be moving forward to match number 5, but before that, we have to go through the stats and the numbers, and also have a look at the overall rankings after this particular match. Before we went on a break, Necro, you were mentioning how consistent Stalwart, godlike Stalwart were. In fact, we were both talking about I have to say, props to the lads of Train to Kill as well. We saw them in action in game number 1. They were looking very good. This Miramar as well was a pretty decent finish.
Exactly. TDK, I would say they're still in the top 3, and they have been doing pretty phenomenal. I mean, Unch himself mentioned, right? TDK currently is a team that is in form, and this is what you expect, or this is a sort of performance you expect from a team that is feeling itself. But on the other hand, let's for now talk about the MVP of the previous game, which is going to be Top from the side of Stalwart Esports with 4 elimination points wrapped up. But as you do move on, the player focus from the previous game is we have Sandesh on the 2nd, then you have Doc 922 on the 3rd, and then you have No Fear and Action. Again, Stalwart Esports is there, so that's why Stalwart Esports domination is clearly being seen. But even Giant Mara had quite a decent amount of game.
Well, yeah, Giant Mara was one of the names that we were missing. They had a decent game. No Fear, I loved his approach to team fights in this particular match. He was looking absolutely phenomenal. Really impressive performance coming in from this particular lad from the side of Giant Mara. But hey, the roles have been reversed this time. Top sitting there with the highest elimination, while Action is going to be the one with the highest assist.
Exactly. Action right there, but Top is a man who likes to pressure from the back lines, and Action is a man who likes to play in the front. So this combination right here works wonder. And I was talking about the deadly duo, and this is exactly what I'm talking about right here. I'd see too. Unfortunately, though, the moments right there in the game, somewhere down line, getting caught in rotation. Again, it needs to be figured out. I'd see. It seems like they are a little bit too careless in certain vicinity of the maps.
Yeah, sometimes they just get too complacent. We have talked about this in the pre-game segment as well when we started our day. But as of now, the 23 points are going to be added to the total tally of what Godlike Stalwart already had, and well, now I'm just thinking about what the difference is going to look like between them and the team sitting on the 2nd position. Because, well, if you are not able to chase them down or keep them in a close check in day number 1, then day number 2, Stalwart Esports, they do tend to go all in and just go berserk on day 2.
I mean,
just get the points in early.
When you're talking about teams like Godlike Stalwart, when you're talking about teams like IHC, the expectations are there, and Stalwart is definitely going to be delivering on that. IHC, though, I mean, they have the firepower, we know, but all that is lacking is the team play. All that is lacking is the rotation so far, and that's something IHC will need to try and figure out. because we don't know. Maybe they're hiding something because it's just the first day. Maybe we need to give them a little more time to open themselves up, because we've seen a lot of times in the past too. First couple of days, teams do not play that great, but as the tournament keep on progressing on, they start revealing some strats that you've never seen before. And I feel like that might be the case with IHC as well.
Well, that might be the case, but they're going to have to find an answer to this particular situation as soon as possible, because, well, you are going to try and play that Livik and, well, get those bonus points if you make it to the finals. But on the other side, as you mentioned, it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly when that switch clicks and when they do realize what they have to do to go for the fixes. But we do have the damage graph on our screens, and it's not even a question. It's not even a question that Godlike Stalwart, as Necro said in the second Miramar of the day, they are Godlike and they are Stalwart eSport at the same time. 1633 damage dished out, 8 finishes secured.
Yeah, the most amount of damage wrapped up in the previous game. Then you have TDK right in the back on the second spot with 5 elimination points and 1240 damage dealt. Then you have Skylightz Gaming with 6 elimination points and 1133 damage dealt. I mean, TDK, they are being really consistent without a doubt. DRS as well has found themselves in the top 5. Deadeye's guys, finally the second spot now has been stolen away by the players of TDK. Keep this in mind, the top 5 is always going to be way too fragile.
So the difference right now, look at that. Train to Kill, Godlike Stalwart, the difference is 23 points. And well, Train to Kill eSports, the lucky thing for them is the fact that they have a match in hand. The next game, they can take it all away from STE. Skylightz Gaming, the chase is on till the break of dawn. Deadeyes, guys, we do see them dropping down to the 4th. DRS climbing up 2 positions to the 5th position. The Warriors jumping up 3 positions up to the 7th. But where is IHC? Well. All the way on the 17th position. Quite an unfortunate day they are having, as they've only managed to secure 13 points, Necro, in the 3 matches that they played.
Exactly, and keep this in mind, Johnny. Still, there are teams in the top 5 that hasn't secured a single chicken dinner yet. So, I mean, there is a lot of chances. Only 4 games are done today, so the final game is still yet to come. One thing we know for sure is that Godlike Stalwart are not going to be playing anymore in the final game. So now in Erangel, we're only going to be seeing Group B, C, D, and E in action, which means IHC will have another chance to get the pace back in their hands. And if they are able to end things on a bang, then yeah, we might just see them in the top 5 as well.
If Train to Kill wins this, then we do have symmetry in the day summary.
There's a chance TDK will probably take over Stalwart.
Yeah, that too is gonna happen. But
yeah,
I was just talking about the aesthetics on the graphics. That's it. Like, it's gonna look pretty. Train to Kill, STE, Elementrix, Stalwart, and then Train to Kill. So now you know what my prediction is gonna be, Necro. I just gave you a heads up about that.
Oh, so you're gonna be going with Train to Kill?
Yes.
With me personally, final game, I'm going to go with Deadeye's guys. I feel like Deadeye's guys is a team that has been known to close things on a great note. So, yeah, Deadeye's guys, you guys rock it. You guys are known to close things on a great note. So maybe there's a chance you guys probably will close things on a great note this time as well. Yeah,
I mean, they have been known to get dead. The closer you get to the end of the day, the more deadlier Deadeye's guys usually tend to be. Because that's when I guess it takes them a while to get warmed up, but once they are in it, you know they're gonna come your way and just start dropping the pain on everyone else inside of the lobby. But looking at the standings that we did see, it wasn't just IHC, and I just noticed this. It wasn't just IHC, a team that I expected to perform that is not doing well. MABETEX eSports, they have a very experienced lineup. I mean, these lads used to play for Seal eSports when Seal eSports used to dominate the league stages every single time. They used to be within the top 3 no matter what the situation was. And now MABETEX is also taking a little bit of a tumble on day number 1.
Again, as I mentioned, maybe there is a little thing where teams do take a little bit of time to open themselves up. Now, there might be a couple of strats they're trying to hide. Because, Johnny, we've seen a lot of times in the past, too, we've seen teams that decide to pop off from week 2 onwards. Because in week 1, they need a lot of time to grasp all the info. They need to understand what exactly is going on around them. They need to go back home, sit back, relax, do their homework. But after today, tomorrow, if I'm not wrong, things will be even more well organized. Team will know what to expect from the lobby, how the other teams are going to be playing around. So tonight, teams are definitely going to go back in their hotel rooms. They're going to do all their research on each other. They're going to do all sort of homework. And tomorrow will be another pace, hopefully.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be another day for them, and they're going to be hopeful about that as well. I completely agree with you on that. Because with these experienced teams and with these experienced players, the time it takes for them to fix the mistakes, it's quite small, because they know it's easy for them to figure out exactly what they have to fix, and then they go ahead and do it. But hey, Negro, I've given my prediction. Mine was just the fact that I want to see the symmetry in the day summary that we have. So I wanted to be trained to kill. Then Stalwart won the second game. Then we had Elementrix winning the third, and then it was STE in the previous Miramar. Now, if Train to Kill win, it's going to be a mirror image. That's what I want. And you said Deadeye's guys. So our predictions are set in stone, at least
I'm gonna be
for
a party
now.
pooper.
Why?
I do not want to go with you, man. Listen, I want to go with something else this time, okay? Even though your previous prediction was right, still I'm just not gonna go with you. I just don't want to take the chances.
I just, like, in the previous game itself, I've proved that, yeah, that my days of being a Jinx are done. Now, I'm gonna be taking the. What did we give Ocean? We gave him a crystal ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for getting the predictions right. Yeah, I'm gonna be stealing his crystal ball now.
Okay, so you're going to steal his ball. But, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the game commencing forward soon. Erangel, as the cycle ends back in Erangel, we want to see a different winner over here. The first Erangel was won by the players at TDK, but maybe there's a chance that the second Erangel will probably be won by IHC, either Deadeye's guys. There's so many possible chances. You brought up the players of MABETEX, and you said these players have a lot of experience, which represented in the past for Seal. Maybe there's a chance that MABETEX will now start to pop off, considering this is the final game, as they have gotten a decent amount of time to shake off the jitters.
Yeah, I mean, but that wasn't the case when they were playing for Seal eSports. That's what I'm concerned about. When Seal eSports was in the arena, you felt their presence. You could constantly see the finish feed getting updated, and they were always going to be a part of that. But this day, the team just feels completely different to what we have witnessed from them in the past.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword, right? Because on one side we are complaining the team is not performing, but on the other side, if they're trying something else, that means they have a game plan in mind. It might not be working right now, but as you said, Necro, give them a little bit of time, we're going to see them improve.
Exactly, but the main problem here, or I feel like the main reason here why the players of MABETEX are not really able to perform is because Demo is not in the roster anymore, and Demo was the playmaker for them. Demo being in the front lines, Demo being the assaulter, now they're losing out on Demo, so it makes a lot of sense too, Johnny, as the performance has been affected big time.
Well, but let's see if they can improve upon that, because again, as we have been mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, today is just day number 1 of PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, and this is the last game of the day. The map of Erangel on our screens right now, the trajectory of the plane starting from the eastern side of Hospital and going all the way towards the southern part of Milta Power. And it is going to be quite standard, I have to say, plane trajectory, because it does give you pretty much the entire map to drop upon. You don't have to, like previously we were just seeing the trajectory leaning heavily towards the southern part of the map. This time that's not the case.
Exactly. TRZ all the way on the left, Elementrix 2 near Ferry Pier. A1 eSports a little bit spread out this time. A 2-2 split from their side. Hopefully it's going to work out in their favor, because last time it was 1952. And now, as I mentioned, Johnny, look, the planned flight path was a thing that just screwed up a lot of teams. But this time, now the planned flight path is not there. That's why you're not really seeing any sort of clashes anymore. You're not really seeing 1952 close to the players of A1. This time, you're not really seeing any other team just close to each other. IT as well, they found themselves a nice and a clean spot inside Georgia Pool. Yas Napoleon is still left uncontested, where Skylightz Gaming is slowly and steadily marching their way towards even Seal. They want to be inside there.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, not a lot of drop clashes in this particular game, because the trajectory of the plane not really forcing the players to drop outside of their comfort zone. I believe this is going to be one of the slowest maps of the day, apart from Miramar, of course, the previous one. because now the teams, they know what they are working with. Everyone has dropped to their own preferred drop spots, and they do have that little bit of breathing room in the early game stages. On our screens, the team that we were talking about before we jumped right into this match, it's going to be MABETEX eSports.
Now again, MABETEX eSports still looking to pop off here. Baron, Leo, Wally, these 4 players have played in the past too with each other. You said Seal is really well known to start things off on a bang. Or in general, the Mongolian teams are known to start things off on a bang.
Yeah.
This time, definitely, MABETEX eSports, they're not really able to replicate the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with that. As you said, every single time we talk about the teams from Mongolia, we always, like, it's something that's just suggested, because you don't have to say it. You don't have to say it for people to realize the fact that all the teams from Mongolia are very aggressive in their playstyle, and they always like to have the control of the momentum from right off the back. As soon as they start their day, they want the very first day, and they want to convert it into a chicken, the very first game. But this time, and it wasn't just MABETEX who failed to sort of build up the momentum from today and try to take it forward to tomorrow. IHC, they're in the same boat, man.
Indeed are. IHC too, if I'm not wrong, they're still in the latter half of the board in the overall rankings. And you do not want to be there after the day one. Especially if you're IHC. You've got a lot of eyes on your org. In general, IHC is a well-known org in Mongolia, if I'm not wrong. So definitely, man. With great power comes great responsibility. That's what it said, right?
Yeah, that's what Uncle Ben said.
Exactly.
Not to us, to Peter Parker, though.
Who is the Peter Parker?
I don't know. Who do you think it's going to be?
No one, actually. I don't think so anyone can swing on webs, Johnny.
I think I'm light enough. I'm going to give it a shot later on.
What? Dude, I want to be there to watch. Honestly, I want to be there to watch. I would also record it, post it out, make some nice videos of it while Johnny's trying to swing on some webs, practicing to be Peter Parker.
That's going to be so cool. See, that's the thing.
Imagine your outfit.
Peter Parker is not the man swinging around. It's Spider-Man.
But technically, he is Peter Parker. He just has like a username, you know?
Username. You could have said IGN, but you went with username. What sort of a gamer are you, sir?
Dude, I mean, I was about to say alias, but I thought that it's too tricky, you know? So I just said username.
Username.
Yeah. DRS Gaming. Another org, Johnny. A well-known org inside PMPL South Asia all the time. Still remember, the lads of Skylightz Gaming used to represent this banner. And they used to stay on the top as well all the time. Skylightz Gaming so far, they're doing phenomenal in the overall rankings, considering they haven't even gotten a single chicken dinner yet. There's a chance they might just secure the final chicken dinner of the day, but there's a lot of good teams in contention for that.
Yeah, there is tough competition right here. But if you are certain that the victory is going to be yours and you're confident in your skills, then no one is going to take it away from you. That's the thing. You got to believe in yourself. You got to be confident. But not too confident, because after a certain point it just leads into the territory of overconfidence, and we saw in Miramar what can happen because of that. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on to another team that we were talking about before we went into this match, the squad of DEADEYES guys. Now, Necro, this was the team that was your pick for this particular game. What do you have to say about their situation in the match right now?
Right now, DEADEYES guys, again, they're just trying to gather some info on the teams around them. Joker's all by himself right here. They're spread pretty well. If they do see any sort of movement, they're going to start, or at least they're going to be attracted towards it, and that's what exactly has happened. They saw the players of high voltage. DEADEYES guys, they're thirsty for blood, and they really do want some knockouts. They want to blow some punches in the guts. But all they're looking for is an opportunity.
Well, everyone gets an opportunity, but you have to realize that fact. You only get one opportunity, one shot. Everything that you ever wanted. One moment.
What if you've used the opportunity and then you're still waiting for the opportunity? There's always opportunities, Johnny.
Yeah, but what were you doing the first time around?
Maybe just chilling.
Why are you chilling when certain victory is right in front of you? It's staring you in the face. Just go ahead and seize it, man.
Yeah, if you want to. Maybe if you don't, then you can just chill. But anyways, talk about grabbing on opportunities. Ripson definitely has, from the side of VENOM Legends, has found a knockout right on the dome of the enemy. Has also been the first man to open the fray up as well inside the entire game. Has finally broken the silence. I mean, we're already seeing teams playing quite passive and quite defensive. Imagine tomorrow. It's going to be a complete silence till the first 10 minutes at least.
Yep. I mean, I called it when the game started, right? It's a central circle. It's a pretty default trajectory on Erangel. And no one is going to force a fight in a situation like this. But I guess all of that is about to change, Necro. Because in about a minute and 30 seconds, we're going to see the blue zone move. And after that, the zones are going to shift. That is when things are going to go insane. You know why? Because in circles like this, when Erangel starts with what you feel like could be the easiest circle to take upon, there is a hard shift coming, my friend. This map, this game, it will give you a very nice little reality check.
Indeed will. John Mara, 2 players, Gunner and No Fear. They did catch a bit of fire, but it's okay. They're able to get away. Harms free. Seal now against the players of Skylightz Gaming. These two teams definitely do not want to cross each other's eyes because these two teams are quite desperate for a chicken dinner. Skylightz Gaming, though, they're still in the top 5. Even if this game is not that great, they are not going to lose quite a lot. But Seal, on the other hand, they still need to make a base for themselves.
Well, yeah. They need to make a place for themselves. They need to find a spot from where they can move. But, well, finally, 10 minutes in, we have the first blood being secured by the players of Seal eSport. And, well, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be quite worried. They do have these houses, these compounds for cover, and oh, Nima taking those tap shots. Might have just made Seal eSports, or in fact, given away his team's position to the opposition. They have to be extremely careful and cautious right now.
Seal eSports, Zake over here. Spooky 2, considering this man is just a new face around. He's doing a decent job trying to merge with the team, trying to gel up with the team as quick as possible. We cannot really expect a lot from the teams that have went through a complete change. But we definitely need to start expecting a lot from week 2.
Yeah.
Because week 2 is where you still have that cushion, but if you push it on over to the week 3, then you will have a bit too much pressure to rely on. And that is something you do not really want to be in. That pressure of qualifying in just in 1 week, it sounds a bit too much tough for me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of mental pressure to deal with. Plus, you're going to be thinking about what is going to happen in the future, if you're going to make it or not, while playing the matches that will eventually take you there. That's double the pressure, man. It's a very tough situation to be in, and I don't want that for any of these teams. But unfortunately, as we discussed earlier on in the day, that is bound to happen for a few. The other teams might just cruise their way to the finals. But now, as of this very moment, we don't know which team stands in which category. We are going to find that out. You, the audience, and us, me and Necro together, we're going to be on this journey. But for now, it seems like Seal eSports are on their merry own journey towards the school apartments. And despite the fact that they did, in fact, get an easy pick on the player of Skylightz Gaming, they still did decide to not go for the fight.
Seal eSports, all 4 players here. They've got 1 elimination point secured so far, and the only elimination point inside the game. This is the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be fooled by it. These teams are definitely looking harmless and innocent so far, but soon they will have the devil faces onto themselves.
Well, we're gonna have to wait for about, I would say, 3 to 4 minutes. Give it about 3 to 4 minutes. Because in that time, I mean, we're gonna be moving to the fifth to the 6th zone, and that is when it is gonna be extremely chaotic for all of these teams to just, well, to even just peek from a corner. There's going to be too many bodies present in an area that's not big enough for all of them, and that's going to lead to a lot of impromptu fighting. But for now, we're going to have to be patient before we get there. And that is what we are, ladies and gentlemen. Gremlin Storm, we do see them out in the open, A1 Sinister in the rear, and they're going to gear the vehicle surrounding their position, but they do decide to not be too eager to take this fight. But hey, that's not going to be the case for Dictator as A1 Esports. They've pushed in on his building. His jump punch moving, just trying to deny the sound cues to the opposition. Gets to the extreme top of this building, and now A1 Esports, do they know that the man is waiting for them, and he's just standing right above them and dropping down one floor at a time.
He's
Dictator,
the Spider-Man.
what is he planning? What is he planning? Gremlin Storm, the push comes in, and A1 Esports, all of a sudden, they are the ones pinned down in the squad house.
Oh no, Gremlin Storm, they were able to move out from that house, but still A1 Esports, somehow they're alive with all the 4 players. Kajor's taken down a bit too low. He might just be the first man to get taken down, but no! The nade from the side of Dictator will find the opening. A1 Esports goes 2 men down. Kajor is way too low as well. A1 Esports, they're looking to flip things around here, and they finally will save the day for the team, as Hitman went big on that push. A1 Esports able to save the day and also able to stay alive to see another day.
Well, as you said, they do survive. See another day to see another fight. Well, in fact, to fight another fight. A1 Esports, all 4 players, having defeated the players, the opposition a few moments earlier, now have in fact another challenge to deal with, and that is just avoid the blue zone as quickly as possible, get inside the circle, find some cover, and be prepared for the fights that are about to head in their direction in a few short moments. The first squad wipe of the game, GSM, they had an incredible start to the day, by the way. The first Erangel, they were looking very impressive. We saw them have a good finish on Miramar as well. Well, a decent finish. But in this particular game, the first team to be eliminated is going to be the squad of Gremlin Storm.
Still though, 15 teams alive, a lot of players up and alive yet. DEADEYES guys too finally showing themselves up in the elimination feed, as we have John Mara 2 following it up against the players of A1 Esports. A1 decided to move away from that compound, but instantly got greeted by the players of John Mara with open arms. John Mara 2 is one of those teams that is looking quite deadly. High voltage, near the Water City. Also scouting out for some new opportunities. They still need to make it inside the next circle. VENOM Legends on a screen. They're also moving in right next to the players of TRZ. Is that going to be a good move though? TRZ in the front, on the left, VENOM Legends. Gangsta could have spotted him out, but no, barely gets away. Legend 2 in the front lines now. Ripson's gonna welcome the players of TRZ. A great snipe shot. Will just crack his skull open. Instantly gets the trade flowing as well. Nice communication between these players.
But hey, what just happened? A1 Esports were just praising the fact that they were part of a great team fight against the players of GSM, but in the very next moment, they are the ones who are shown the exit door, sent back to the lobby, and now we're down to 14 teams, 52 players surviving. As you mentioned, Necro, although VENOM Legends, I mean, I like the fact they're being patient, they're capitalizing at the right nick of time. It was 2 easy points secured from their side, but Jan Maragana out in the open. True Love taking the shots. DEADEYES guys, although they do fail to find the opening. I was about to say that, and Jan Mara just clashed against the players of Elementrix. 3 teams, 3 big names fighting against each other out in the open.
John Mara still outside the zone though. They're also catching a lot of hurt from the zone.
Yeah.
Are they burning through a lot of meds? Look at Shaw. He only has one first aid available. His buggy's about to blow up too. It's smoking already. But he barely gets away. Another lifeline gifted. Snipe YT. He's on a chase. He's on a hunt. He wants to hunt down the man, but he's also taken down way too low because of the zone. Will pop in a first aid. Knows Bishal is stuck right there. He sniffs the blood, wants to take down the man, but unfortunately forgets that there might be another team in the front line, and he gets shot at by them. But he has also ran out with first aid, Johnny. There's no chance. He might just be alive. As soon as he takes him down, he instantly gets traded by another team.
I was wondering where the shots came from, and well, it is what it is. Jan Mara also being shown the exit. We do have VENOM Legend Fragboy on our screens once again, and well, this time he has to take the fight on the high ground and be wary of the players of the Warriors right behind them. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Skylightz Gaming up top and DW right behind them. VENOM Legends, Necro, do you think they're going to make it?
Definitely is looking quite grim though. Laser's not going to make it, that's for sure. The rest of the team is inside the circle, so if they do just keep their heads tucked down, there's a chance. They might just make it out alive from that situation. High voltage. One player's right underneath. Assassin does smell the fish in the water. Wants to claim the fish for himself. Assassin knows Dax is around. Dax is able to scout the grounds pretty well. High voltage Assassin making a mature option. Just falling back from that situation. But I like how High Voltage is playing this too. They're just guarding the bridge lines. They're not going to let anyone cross over.
Well, let's see. Voltage Probane being extremely cautious since he is one of the last two players surviving for his team. Let's go for a spray on the players of MABETEX as Wally was knocked out. Baron going for a revive on his teammate, while Probane is just going to keep his eyes set on the opposition on the other side of the river. Assassin. He is going after the players of Dax. Assault dogged out and well, finish secured as well. The man does not like to waste time.
Definitely doesn't. Chipped away quite a bit too. MABETEX eSports is not in the position they want to be in right now, but they are barely squeezing themselves inside the circle too. TDK, all four players up. Getting a little bit of backlash. I'm getting a little bit of recap on what happened on the game one. Sundesh just tapping away mid the mini. Hasn't found any sort of connections yet. Sundesh does definitely want some blood on his hand too. Assassin will be spotted out by the players of MABETEX, and they will shut him down as High Voltage now left with only Probane up and alive to work with. Assassin exposed himself a bit too much, instantly got capitalized on. MABETEX, as I mentioned, they're barely able to squeeze themselves in on the other side of the island. But how are they going to try to move on the other side if the circle does shift away up north?
Well, let's see. I hope it moves up north now. That's going to be fun to watch, but Assassin is not getting saved anytime soon. Probane is a little too far away from his teammate, DW. They're going to be taken care of by the players of Skylightz Gaming. And on the other side, the TRZ against the players of Seal, and well, Mamba is going to back off after lobbing a nade towards the opposition. The shots coming in from Atomic, but oh, the explosion that he wanted is not really going to be there. Spooky from the other side, definitely looking quite scary, and well, the players of Seal eSports and TRZ, they're going to pass each other by, but from the distance, MABETEX, they chime in, and TRZ are going to be shown the exit from this match.
On top, just creeping and crawling, knows a lot of dangers in the front. Players are just waiting for that time, just waiting for that single glimmer to spot him out and shut him down. On top, finally sees an opportunity, strikes in, hoping that SpikeX would not have spotted him out, but with those shots, he's also given his position away. Now, is also getting shot at by Struggled. Para GD in the front. Dax now is going to be a big pain for the side of On Top, and he will need to deal with them peacefully. How is he going to be doing that? That's not going to be an option. Peace is not an option in the battlegrounds. You will be shut down, and TDK also now finally just diverting their attention on the players of MABETEX. IIC is in the clotheslines. TDK moving on around.
Well, let's see how far will he be able to get. I see Demo and Alex right in front of Rig. Rig has to be careful. The players from Dax right behind him. And even though he does have the advantage, the high ground advantage in his favor, if you're not too careful, even a single player can destroy and in fact change the fate of your team. MABETEX using the waterways to rotate to the other side. In fact, going for a little bit of a swim while Wally has been left in that vehicle inside the water itself. Seal eSport, they're waiting for this team to show up on the other side of the rail. Look at them taking those shots onto that car. Just trying to flush out the last individual. Leo is going to be taken care of. Paragot still remaining. Baron, he's going to try and take this fight, get revenge for his teammate, and then go for a revive. Sees the feed, goes for the spray, and there's the finish. Thank you, bye-bye.
A quick seep. But again, MABETEX, I love this feature, man, since it's added. You can actually get the res on the players inside water. That just gives so many new opportunities. That just gives another lifeline for the players. Before, he would just instantly get finished, but now he can also get knocked out, he can also swim, but not just that, he can also get rezzed underwater. T2K, though, they're being the cruel fishermen taking out the fishes in the water, but the shark as well, they're just waiting for that one single piece of land that can hold their feet and that can take them down. T2K, they're not expecting any sort of return fire from the side of MABETEX, and that is expected as well, as Baron now is knocked out. In the front, Seal is the biggest threat alive. T2K, all 4 players up and alive. Rick getting taken down. Sandesh will be knocked out. It's IATC who is striking in like venomous snakes on the players of T2K. IATC opening the fray up. Also spotting out another player. Alex single-handedly with barely any sort of HP is able to shut down 2. But he spoils the sport of T2K. It's all down to Rig and Jane.
All right, train to kill, they're still there. Legend knocked out, Rig and Jane still surviving down to the top 3. MABETEX with the last player inside of the game. Seal eSport with all 3 players left. Legend, he is trying to crawl towards Rig to go get the revive upon him and be back inside of this match. But Seal eSport, they have complete and utter control of how they want to play in this zone. The trees are going to be there. Zeke and Spooky going for the flank. Jane is the only man who stands in their way, and it is going to be quite interesting. MABETEX, Wally is going to be taken out. Spooky too distracted by these lads. This game plan can in fact backfire if Jane walks away with those points, but no, Zeke was there to take care of it. An instant knock and finish. I feel like I know where this game is going to go. It is going to be Seal eSports securing the win in the end.
And we were just talking about Seal. We were like, why is Seal not able to pop off? And I even mentioned, maybe in the final game, maybe they're just taking a bit more time to reveal their true intentions, to reveal what they really want to do. But quickly just loot some meds from the man whose grave was just made on there. A nice nade from the side of T2K. What a capitalization. That nade was pretty far away too. T2K, the precision on the utilities is always something to be appreciated. But there are still the players of MABETEX alive inside water. Baron's position and compromised. He will need to get back up on top of the water to get some breath. Is his position known? The player inside water was definitely knocked out. Seal, they are now starting to second guess themselves. Maybe there's a chance someone will strike in from the water lines, but no, that's not going to be the case. And yes, that is actually going to be the case. Baron strikes in. The shark finally finds the moment.
Well, but let's see. Baron, he can be the game changer right here, securing these picks. Seal eSports, this was supposed to be their game, but it is being snatched away right in front of them. Baron steps out from the water, and well, he might just go down instantly. 1v2 against the players of T2K. Legend and Rig still standing in front. Baron is down to around 50% HP, while the opposition, they are looking quite healthy. And well, the damage was dished out. Legend is going to be dropped down to a 50 as well. Rig taking the shots, but they have to be extremely careful. It's 2v1v1, trying to kill. They might have the numbers, but the opposition, they are split at very hard angles. So they have one team right in front, and then Madden is somehow causing a lot of trouble from the shoreline.
They indeed are. Legend and Rig having the high ground to play around with. How the games were griefed. First, T2K's game was griefed by a solo player from IATC, which was Alex. And then Seal's game was griefed by a solo player of MABETEX. It's always the solos being the biggest
Yeah.
threat for these squads. Always leaving their 6 open. And a chance for the players, or a chance for the solo players to sting like a scorpion.
Well, let's see. Baron with his position, with him just changing his position and being quite close to Farad, the results of the game can actually work out in the favor of Train to Kill. If Seal Esport and the Lost Lad from MABETEX, they end up fighting amongst each other, Baron is being extremely careful with how close he gets to the ridge.
You have to.
Yeah.
Baron being the naughty boy. Looking to play around with the players in the front. Finding someone to play with. Right now, it's just the quiet. Feel the silence, ladies and gentlemen. The players with evil intentions, wanting to take each other down. TDK having the man advantage with themselves. Farhad as well knows where the threat is. Just waiting for that one single moment, one single opportunity to capitalize on. Baron on the left. Even though these two teams are each other's rivals, but they have no line of sight onto each other too. The only bigger threat, the only bigger enemy here is TDK.
Well, let's see. It is the common enemy for both these two teams, and you know what they say, the enemy of my enemy is gonna be my friend, but that's not the case. Baron is gonna fall down, and well. Necro, look how the tables have turned. I got another prediction right. My man has Trained to Kill have gone on to win this chicken dinner. They started off with a bang, and they're gonna end with a banger as well. 24 points, 1820 damage dished out.
Johnny, I'm not gonna lie, I'm quite impressed.
Why are
I
you
am
so quiet
quite
all of a sudden?
impressed.
What are you thinking? Why are you so quiet?
I was just so impressed considering the fact that you just got 2 guesses
Yeah.
back to back. I'm
It
just
wasn't a
impressed.
guess. That's the thing,
was a
that
guess.
It wasn't a guess. I'm
It was a
just
guess.
that good.
It was, dude, you were literally talking about replication. What else you already called it? Yeah,
Well-
but Johnny, you know what? I'm gonna give it to you, man.
I
I'm
was
quite
talking about
impressed.
swinging from buildings as well.
Oh yeah, but we saw one player swinging on the building. We saw some nice parkour from a
Yeah.
player of GSM, Gremlin Storm, who was able to get away from the building, but unfortunately, A1 were able to flip things around, and then right after that, in the second fight, they themselves get flipped around. So things were quite dicey for a lot of
Yeah.
teams there. MABETEX too, unfortunately, they were being caught away from that spot. They really needed a crossover on the other island, and the chances of the circle shifting on the other island were quite high too, but unfortunately, they were just being camped by a lot of teams.
Yeah, it was a lot of unfortunate moments, and specifically for the teams who were coming after winning fights.
Yeah.
They would win a fight, try to rotate, and then the entire team would get destroyed, as it happened to the players of 1952, as you mentioned. On the other side, Seal Esports suffered the same fate as well. But we're going to discuss this and a lot more, ladies and gentlemen, but after this very short break.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Ignition, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your hot flame.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, day number 1 of the PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2022 almost coming to an end. And when I say almost, because we still have to look at the overall rankings at the end of the very first day. By the way, this is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. But, Necro, thoughts on the match. What was the team that you expected to perform, and well, they were taken out early?
I mean, I went with DEADEYES guys, and I didn't
Oh,
see
yeah.
them. I don't know why, man. It's like I expect you to curse teams, but at the end of the day, it's me this time. Has the powers exchanged?
Yeah, you are the Jinx man now.
Man, oh man, it's like
The J-Man.
Oh, no, bro. The J-Man sounds cool though, the J-Man. I want to see a new superhero movie on that name. But,
I
ladies and
think
gentlemen,
that can be your new username now, Necro.
no, I'm not gonna. No. But anyways, man, the previous game was definitely quite interesting. It has been a long day, Johnny, so a little banner, a little laughs here and there. It's quite good. But a friendly reminder, even for the chat, stay hydrated, take a sip of water. It has been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, so you guys need to stay hydrated. Do that. A lot of love for you guys too, and hopefully this day, or hopefully all these 5 games were quite enjoyment, because I personally enjoyed all those games. And talk about those games, the final game stats are still yet to come, so stick around for those, as we have Sealed Zake, the MVP of the previous game.
I mean, yeah, Seal eSports, they had an amazing run. They almost destroyed the team that I predicted to win this game, but it was just the fact that they got too eager to take the points of the players from MABETEX eSports. I believe it was Baron and one of his teammates, Wally, who had dropped down into the water, and Seal eSports got too eager to get those points, and they ran into the line of fire of the players of Train to Kill, allowing 2 lads to get knocked out. Baron came up, stole those points from Train to Kill, and then the advantage went to the players of T2K. Had Seal eSports just stayed back, had they just held their ground, Necro, this was their game. This was their chicken dinner.
Definitely. I mean, look at that. I'd see Alex, I'm going to say he was definitely the man of the hour right there. He almost spoiled the entire game for the players of Seal. But then you talk about teams being complacent, teams being overconfident, and that was the prime example of that. Seal got way too complacent in the place they had for themselves. Then later on, they found themselves sandwiched in a situation where they knew there's one player in the water lines, and there's the players of TDK in the front lines. Positioning yourself in that spot in the first place was not a good idea. Seal, the overconfidence definitely not paying off, but giving an opportunity for the players of MABETEX to try and establish something.
Well, and I mean, it was a little too late by the end of things once you are already in a position from where there's no backing out. But on the other side, props to Sandesh and Rig, man. They had an incredible moment, were able to perform really, really well, especially Rig with how he was able to just lob the nades, take down 2 players from the side of Seal eSports, which resulted in the team T2K getting the win. IHC Alex as well, incredible run, 4 eliminations secured, but 812 damage dished out.
Exactly, 800. Oh boy. I mean, the damage is definitely up there. Even Baron has a huge amount of damage overall accumulated, but one thing cannot be ignored. Other than TDK, it was again the Mongolian domination. MABETEX, Seal doing quite well too. I mean, in general, the Mongolian teams again just showing themselves up, even IHC.
Well. Highest assist Baron leading the charge right there. 3 being the number, and Seal eSports just an absolute domination throughout the game, and it was Zeke everywhere. 4 eliminations, highest elimination. He has the highest damage, he has the highest healing done as well. So an incredible run from this lad, but let's see what tomorrow is going to bring from their side, ladies and gentlemen, because this was just day number 1. We still have, well, 14 more days left.
Exactly.
And that's just the league stages, by the way.
It's just the day 1. It's just the day 1, all right? And all the teams that were not able to perform, even teams like High Voltage, they were not really able to perform up to the mark. I'm going to let it slide. It's just day 1. It's okay. Maybe 2 days I will let it slide, but then later on, there is no room for error. If you do make any sort of error, pretty much you'll be counting yourself out from the first week.
Yeah.
You will still have 2 more weeks to go though, ladies and gentlemen. You will still have ample amount of games left. Week 2, you will still have a bit of a cushion, but the pressure will be doubled. But in week 3, the pressure will be enormous to try and deal with.
Well, but let's see which teams, in fact, do show the mental fortitude that they have and, well, deal with the pressure and get themselves the victory that they need. Train to Kill, 24 points secured. Seal Esports on the second with 22 points to their name. And on the other side, we did have IHC this time finishing off with a 14 points as well. DWD Warriors, 5 points to their name, sitting on the 8th position. Jan Mara having a pretty decent game with 5 points. Dax with 8, DE with 9. And anything less than 4, I believe, for the last game of the day is just going to put the teams in a lot of trouble, especially team like Skylightz Gaming, who did in fact finish this match with 3 points to their name, and they were sitting in the top 3 before this match started. So they had the opportunity to get a little bit closer to the players of godlike Star Wars, but it looks like they missed it.
Definitely did. But again, hey, as I mentioned, just the day one, there's a chance we might see a little slip up even from the big Goliaths inside the lobby. I mean, you guys have heard the story of David Goliath, right? I mean, currently the Goliaths of the lobby are Stalwart Esports, but there might just be a chance. Even the best of the best sometimes crumble down to a lot of pressure.
So does that mean that if you and I get into it, like get into a fight, I can take you down?
No, I don't think so. No, you don't.
Why not? You just said the David and Goliath story.
Yeah, but for that, you need to have brain.
Also a slingshot.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. So yeah, I still take a chance. Oh, Johnny, I love you, man. But anyways, guys, here we have T2K on top. I mean, these highlights were something that was definitely... They were able to stop. They were able to put a full stop to the story of MABETEX for a while, but then later on, an opportunity was given away by the players of Seal to try and steal it away. This nade right here from the side of T2K, that was so perfect. They found an opening on the players of Seal. That gave an opportunity for Baron to strike, and then later on, the solo players in general were the spoiler in that previous game. Those solo players from every single team, they play a big role in the final moments.
Well, it does. It does. I mean, the moments of brilliance that you showcase when victory is on the line will definitely not just boost your own confidence, but instill fear in the opposition. And it's going to force them to panic, make mistakes, which also works out for you. But we do have the damage histograph in front of us, and well, T2K, Seal Esports, MABETEX, IHC, Necro has been mentioning it. It was a complete domination from these 4 teams in particular. Everyone else, we do see those damage numbers, we do see them getting those finishes, but that was bound to happen because it was the action of this entire match was sort of completely focused in the late game stages within the last 5 to 6 minutes. That is when all the fights happened. Majority of the fights, 80% I'll give it.
They definitely did. But then later on, you have teams like DEADEYES, guys. My prediction, you have teams like Dax who are not able to perform up to the mark. I mean, Dax definitely need to start getting used to the lobby. DRS with only 3 damage.
That is not something that you want to see, especially on a team like DRS. But hey, man, it is what it is, as they said. But they will have an opportunity tomorrow. That's the beauty of things, right? That's the beauty of having a tournament that's going to last you 3 weeks. You mess up on one day, no worries. If you mess up on day one, that's the best, what I feel like that's the best place to make mistakes, day number 1, because then you have a lot of time to fix those mistakes and get better. It's better than messing on the last day. But yes, as you mentioned, Necro, Train to Kill, sitting on the first position, the advantage being just 1 point.
Look at DEADEYES, guys, on the third too. They're moving up in the overall rankings, though, even though my prediction did not come through. But still, DEADEYES, guys, they're doing phenomenal in the overall rankings, considering they haven't gotten a single chicken dinner yet. Stalwart with 2 chicken dinners, T2K with 2 chicken dinners, and Elementrix with 1. These teams are doing okay. Elementrix, though, still in the top 8. Something needs to be done here from the side of Elementrix to at least establish a top 5 dominance, because once you're in top 5, you always have that assurity, a piece of confidence that you really do need. But Seal, a huge leap from their side, 11-spot leap.
Wow, what a performance. Now, this is a game that mattered for them. Before this match started, we were talking about Seal Esports as well, being on the second page of the rankings, but now the jump that is there, 11 places in a single game. But as you said, A1 Esports sitting on the last position with 4 matches done and dusted.
Flashbacks.
And still, Necro, they don't have a single placement point in 4 games.
I'm having flashbacks. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to leave it to. The people the observers or the viewers that are in the chat, they probably know what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna say I'm having flashbacks of what happened in the previous PMPL. A1 Esports, at least in the first day, we haven't seen any sort of improvements, but maybe we can let it slide because it's just the first day. There's still a lot much more opportunities to come. So A1 Esports, you guys have a lot of chance to try and get a grip back inside this entire competition.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of time. I mean, and that is something that they need to stay focused on. And also, as we mentioned when we were discussing the format, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you guys missed it, the weekly rankings reset every single week. So that is also something that can work out in the favor of A1 Esports. If they fail to make it to the Super Weekend this week, then they have to wait for the next week, and that is when they will get the opportunity to qualify once again. And maybe if they make it to the finals, it is going to be quite interesting. I want to see if there will be a team that makes it to the final without going through the Livik maps. That's going to be interesting.
That'll be really impressive, yeah. Even though you haven't gotten that extra game to play and you still make it in the top 16, that'll definitely be quite impressive. Considering there's only going to be top 12 teams moving in forward inside Livik every single week, and there's only going to be one extra game. I mean, this format is really interesting, and I feel like this sort of format is really needed to spice things up.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. This sort of format makes things a lot more interesting. It gives the teams opportunity to, before running into the finals, when you know teams like IHC, when you know teams like DRS, Skylightz Gaming, teams like Godlike Stalwart, these teams are just going to go ham. Train to Kill is in the same list as well. This format gives opportunity to the other teams to actually gain an advantage in the league stages when they have the momentum and kind of increase their chances of lifting the trophy. But elimination leaders on our screens, we did have a look at the stats of the players who trained to kill esports early, and I have to say props to Sandesh. 11 eliminations by the man in the entire day, 11 eliminations by Action as well in the entire day. It's just the damage difference that's there between the two lads along with the survival time. And also, I believe Necro this time, as we said during the start of the day, not we in particular, but it was Ansh, the Nepali commentator, a comrade, a brother in arms, who made the statement before the day even began that if anyone can take down Stalwart Esport, Godlike Stalwart, if any team can take them down, it is going to be Train to Kill, and Train to Kill, they are making it happen.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, so far it seems like he was right. Whatever he said that TDK is in form. That is definitely clearly being seen. But again, ladies and gentlemen, day one domination was done from their side. Are they going to be able to replicate the similar sort of performance even going forward inside day two? That is what we need to know, because day two, I'm expecting a decent amount of changes. I'm expecting a change in the pace. I'm expecting a change in the approach from a lot of teams.
Well, let's see what all is going to change. Yeah. All right, so we do have the daily winners on our screens, and I wish I could have wished for something else. I'm so mad about it because I said I wanted a symmetrical day summary. We do have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first game going to Train to Kill, second to Stalwart, third to Elementrix, then fourth to Stalwart, and the last game was Train to Kills as well.
Yeah, the damage number two almost same if you notice that. 1,820 damage in the last game, and in the first game they had 1,851. So really close.
Yeah,
but yeah, almost could have been a mirror image. But ladies and gentlemen, TDK doing a phenomenal task. Godlike Stalwart 2 having a nice rocket start for themselves as well. Elementrix, a decent amount of start for themselves, considering Sanhok always brings in that variety, and Elementrix were able to capitalize on that, and Elementrix came out on top in that game. But ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. So make sure you guys are here for the competition.
Exactly, as you said, that will be tomorrow though, because today it was just day one. Everyone was getting warmed up. Everyone was just trying to measure up to each other, see what the other teams have prepped up for this season of the PMPL South Asia. And I think all the prep work, all the homework is going to happen as soon as the teams get back to their boot camps, get back to the drawing board, and try to figure out what went wrong today, what worked out quite nicely for them, and come back tomorrow with an interesting set of plays that we're going to witness. But it is going to be quite exciting to see X2 exactly what happens tomorrow, because a lot of the big names, we do expect them to pop off eventually. IHC being a name that we're going to be quite focused on, along with the players from MABETEX eSport, and of course the players from the side of DRS and Skylightz Gaming as well. I want to see them fight for the top two. I want to see these two teams go at it again.
Oh.
But on the other side, it has been a lovely day. I enjoyed the matches today, Necro. What
yeah.
about you?
Me too. I enjoyed the matches. I enjoy casting alongside you two. So it was, of course, a pleasure to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you guys too, viewers, you guys enjoyed the games. If you guys do, make sure to drop a heart in the chat or something. I don't know what to do. But yeah, make sure to drop a heart because we love you too. Hopefully, you guys love us too. But yeah, Johnny, it has been an absolute pleasure to be here. But tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. Trust me. The competition is even going to be more higher because we know all the teams inside the lobby, all these 20 teams, they're the top from their own dedicated region. So these teams, they do pack a big punch. All they need is a little bit more time to get away with those jitters. Hopefully day one's enough. If it's not enough, they can take another day. They can try to get away with those jitters. But once they do, we want to see a dominating performance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we want to see a dominating performance. And as you mentioned, I mean, it is going to be quite incredible to see how the teams actually do make it work. Because what works for a team like Stalwart, godlike Stalwart, is not necessarily the same thing that's going to work for, let's say, the players from IHC or the players from MABETEX or the players from Train to Kill or the players from A1 eSports. One team strategy is based on how the individuals play, what the mindset of the individuals is going to be like. And it's very important for all the four players to be on the same page, have the same mindset, have the same goals, not just inside of the game, but looking at the bigger picture as to where they want to get as a team. And that is also something that I think I've had a few conversations with the lads from godlike Stalwart, and their goals are set. They just want to win. They just want to win everything.
Yeah.
And that sort of mindset is what makes them very, very extremely deadly to the rest of the competition. But hey, we are seeing the same thing pop in from teams like Train to Kill, teams like Skylightz Gaming, who have been pinned down for so long. I believe it's been what 3 to 4 seasons since the Mongolian teams got introduced to the region of South Asia, and since then the teams of Nepal, who used to be quite good at considered the best in South Asia, were dragged to the second position, pushed down, if you will. But now I feel all of that is about to change.
I mean, not just that, we're still waiting for a lot of teams to activate themselves. And some of the big names being IHC, I mean, that's big enough to let you guys know how the first day has been. As I mentioned, maybe they're just trying to get rid of those jitters, but we never know what to expect from day two.
Yeah, we never know what to expect from day two, but you know what? We can find out tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because we have come to an end of our show today. It was an absolute pleasure casting these matches for you, but we're going to be back again tomorrow at the same time on the same channel, so do make sure to tune in. Until then, take care. Good night.